I'm getting 300 frames. How do I do this? But if I get this one, I'm gonna go with the Punisher. But then again, let me fix this guy. Okay, that's good. Final Pursuit. What's up? What's going on? Oh, this is the rifle, huh? Damage against bosses. Was that a American flag? Yeah, cool. I served you. Precision damage, and it's not bad, but then this one's 1,000. It's almost 1,000 more. Oh yeah, well this is A, this is B. Oh yeah, but I need multi-trajectory enhancement fighting education 10 bullets. Yeah, that's good. This one is 20. If I get another one, that'll be 30. This one is even better. Final pursuit. Ooh, this one gets more damage the farther in, so I'll be 46 and 46. I'll be 80, 90, 100%. I should try this one, man. Oh, it got trajectory too. More trajectory. Oh, but it then uses in the zone. Unless I have another one. I need a multi trajectory. That's a weapon though. Should use this one instead. Well, it doesn't give me any damage. Precision. 155. If I do 155, then I unlock 10 more, I think. So it'll be 165, be close to 200. Just the gear they give you is awful. That's all it is. Wait, what? Me get a job? I got a job. Am I black? No. I'm Hispanic.
What?
Oh,
Me
damn.
against an undead
155.
army? I like those odds.
Might be able to do this one. And he's panic, man.
Take a moment and enjoy the peace.
So I've been working. I even joined the army. That's how crazy I was. Close range?
Such remarkable power. You can put it to good use.
Nobody,
for
man.
once.
Nobody watches. Crap. Where do I go? Man, I gotta go and look at this aimbot. Ooh, damn. Fire rate. I'm gonna go over here then. I can't go in there, man. I'm the Punisher. I need distance. Only Thor can do that. Look at that aimbot. I think they should have kept it as in whatchamacallit? In zombies. I don't know why they gave him aimbot. You can even pick the target to aim at. Yeah, I think kind of loud, right? Dude, I got 3. We might be able to do this. 155. I mean, Thor can take care of the mobs, and then we take care of the boss. If this guy got the same build I have, we might. Look at that. 1 billion damage. That's crazy. All I need is to get some distance. Did they give us oh crap. They gave us Dracula, is over. I go on multiplayer and lose rank again. This guy's having trouble in here.
Neither will you, it seems.
Oh, you can put it there? We just gotta survive number 4. A billion damage, that's crazy. I've never seen, I mean, I've seen it before, but that's a precision hit. I mean, you have a rifle, so you will get a precision hit eventually. Oh, you want some? What the hell? See, that mechanism, the bouncing one is annoying. Make it bounce for no reason. But I don't remember if zombies had the auto aim thing. I think it just had like automatic goes to it, but it didn't do it like this. This is aimbot. Nice, nice. One more. Okay, boss.
Hero at their peak. I hate to admit it, but I'm impressed.
Hopefully they don't put us against Dracula. As I said, Marvel Rivals, man. Blood Hunt. It's like zombies from Call of Duty. But you're fighting vampires. And then if you get unlucky, you gotta fight Dracula. And he's like invincible. So you gotta pray you get Kingpin or Ratatosker. Because the Captain America is too fast. Catwolf. It's free. See, that's Thor. I'm the Punisher. And these are like vampires. You gotta survive. It's only a 4-person mode though. Unless you go multiplayer, you play against 6, so it's 12. 6 versus 6. They only had 2 modes. Oh, Ratatosker. Ooh, might be able to. Let me get some distance. For every meter, you get 46%. So if I stand over here, might be able to take her out before she even goes in second phase. Too far. There you go. Man, she's getting deleted.
Before I devour you, I shall feast on your bones.
Oh, she saw us.
While you still can. I shall feast on your bones. Thank you,
There you go.
my friends.
Yeah, I need more bullets.
The Vampire King is defeated, and the darkness has been banished.
That's a hell of a build.
Is this really the end of the story?
What did you get? Oh, this is awful. People are sleeping on the rifle build. TTV and Swolf something. I don't know how to pronounce that. Maybe if I put more bullets, it's better. Fire rate by each shot. Maybe I put more. Take one here and put it here. Oh, Julia Vitor, thank you for the follow. Yeah, put 2 in there. Damage against distant enemies. Yeah, that's good. 3 pieces. I don't know about this one though. Yeah, I saw it. It's just not looking for it right now though. Because I want to keep my avatar and fix it. I mean, well, not fix it, like bring it better. Let's say 160. I don't know about 160. Might be hard though. Let me go try it out, man. I've been having some issues with my frame rate on multiplayer. Yeah, I remember, but I don't know. Still thinking about it. Yeah, I still had nobody watching me either. So why would I get something when I don't have anything? I gotta look at it again. I will let you know. do that too. That's the thing. To get emotes, I need to get my avatar first fixed. So let me take care of that first.
The battle starts in 5, 4,
I was turning Groot.
2, 1. Only one team wins this. Try to make it yours.
Right here. Dang, Groot is actually fun.
Another hit for the listener.
Put it right there.
Boom! No skill shot!
Damn.
Bionic surge. Double KO. Won't be needing
Wow, they spawn next to me.
The moon!
Oh, he wanted me. Yeah, that's what you get.
I like the code.
Tremble before fast! Don't mess with the amazing Spider-Man! Judge, jury, executioner!
Hit him in the face.
The moon!
This is real firepower!
Oh, that's theirs. Damn.
Maximum pulse!
Release! Disappear!
Don't mess with the amazing Spider-Man!
This idiot activated his soldier, thinking he was gonna catch all of us.
The moon haunts you!
The fixes are so funny sometimes. think I still want to play Vanguard. I need 35. KO 4500 vampire. 6 bosses. Take 60,000 damage.
Which hero do you think you want to be today?
I don't care. Really? The first time I seen a Hawkeye.
Now, who am I gonna banish from this match?
Really? You pick Dino. Why would you ban Dino? It's domination.
Pick your hero. Or villain. I'm not judging.
Anyone stands in my way, they won't be standing much longer.
And full time buster. As I live and breathe, the Wolverine.
This ain't my first rodeo. Sure as hell won't be my last.
30 seconds before you attack. Get ready.
Angela, it's been ages. Where the flark have you been? Y'all a bunch of deadweights. I can do this myself.
The battle starts in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All you need to do is capture the mission area. Got it?
Don't need enhanced senses to smell that something is off here.
I can't see the vanguard.
Enemy ahead. Prepare to engage. Down! That
Damage
fucking
sustained.
hurt!
Need assistance.
I'll patch you up.
One better than my mutant power. Ain't over yet.
Damn, I couldn't grab him. I didn't see that shit.
Okay, your horses.
I'm in 10 seconds.
Play another beat.
Oh, there you go, you got it. See, that's why I banged my, the...
Regenerated.
They didn't ban the damn gambit.
That's right. Everything is mine. More bad guys. Just what we need.
Oh my god, this guy actually... Oh, it's at the Doctor Strange guy.
Like a bad penny, I just keep coming back. Needed a little boost. Thanks. Need help patching myself up.
Hey, team! Enjoy the end of life! Another beacon? You're welcome.
Retreat. We'll be back on our turn.
Gotta keep an eye on this spot.
You've captured more than half of the mission area. Keep going.
Enemy ahead. Prepared. Together to victory.
Do this.
Behold the god of
Needed a little boost. Thanks. That was embarrassing.
Double kill.
You sure you don't have enchanted fist cap?
Horse is mine.
Stand down.
Retreat. We'll be back on
I
our
found
turn.
trouble. We should probably bolt.
Wow, he just wasted his ult. I don't think he knows they carry over.
Got a problem, bub? Talk to the claws.
Relay deployed. It ain't cheap.
Seconds before you attack. Get ready.
Looks like the Hellfire Gala got crashed. Again.
Fine by me. I was never much of a
My
Nope.
The battle starts in 5.
They throw you off the map.
3, 2, 1. All you need to do is capture the mission area. Got it?
The multiverse really needs its chi balance.
Yeah, go ahead and try it.
More eager idiots.
Just who I was looking for. Needed a little
The mission area is yours to capture now.
found trouble.
Mayday.
Damn, this latency is insane. 700 ping.
Less
Damn it, I went all the way to the spawn.
Health boost. Fine by me.
By the eye of Agamotto!
Yo, this damn lag, man. What the hell? 400 ping. I can't move.
The Wolverine don't go down that easy.
What the hell is this, man?
Capture the mission area.
You're mine.
Look, I can't move.
Ain't over yet.
Damn, couldn't grab him in the air.
Needed a little boost. Thanks.
Now he's going down to 70. Jeez. Connection sucks.
Enjoy the amplifier. You can't hurt me.
Let's do this.
Weakling!
Maximum pulse!
Coming at you.
Don't run. There you go.
We'll be back on our terms. Our prey is in the open.
Let's do this.
Sneaking from behind.
Disappearing.
Damn, we pull him all the way back. Spawn camping at this point.
Target marked. Take them down.
Just who I was looking
I'm
for.
opening a portal.
Damn. That's a good iron fist. Oh, I forgot I gotta do this thing. I wonder if I should buy the battle pass. This guy is awful. I use Thor. I don't use her at all. I use Magneto, but right now it's not that good. I use Thane. Captain. How did they feed her head in that sombrero? Let me go finish this.
Dracula wishes to reclaim my city. You call yourselves New York's guardians. Now is the time to prove it.
The God of Thunder will purge this undead plague.
Take a moment and enjoy the peace.
Creatures of the night await
This
you.
won't last for long.
Good, thanks.
Fascinating. Now, who's the real monster? Those monsters look hungry. Time to see if you're their hero yourself. hope your luck continues to hold. Fascinating. Now, who's the real monster?
Curse thee, vile creature!
Damn, there's still 1,000 left.
final sacrifice. Gear up. These enemies won't quit, but neither will you, it seems. Fascinating. Now, who's the
Against
real
bombs,
monster? These vigilantes. Vile creature! More vampires have arrived. Ready yourself for battle.
And we are
This
cooked.
fight isn't over yet.
We are cooked.
Fascinating. Now, who's the real monster?
Curse thee, vile creature!
Vacation's over.
Curse thee, vile creature! Vile creature! Slow down! Curse thee, vile creature! Slow down! My way! Lightning defiance! Curse thee, vile creature! Slow down! Lightning defiance! My power grows! Slow down! Slow down!
Damn, 20 trillion damage.
Peace.
That is crazy. 6,600 vampires
Such
destroyed.
remarkable power.
Oh my, oh, it's Kingpin.
You put it to good use for once. I knew you wouldn't give up easily. But now it's time to see if you're truly worthy. If I can break your bones, I'll bend your will instead. Secret strike. Impressive. But I will find a way to break you. I am the law. You can't escape justice. Another less than noble sacrifice. Unlimited power! Less than noble sacrifice. These vigilantes never surrender. I will crush you! You can't escape justice! I am not myself! Another less than noble sacrifice. These vigilantes never surrender.
Slow down.
Unlimited power!
Damn, he's almost dead.
You can't escape justice! These vigilantes never surrender. Unlimited power! Less than noble sacrifice. These vigilantes never surrender. I won't let you win! Enjoy your who truly gave them everything. Their mayor.
Ultimate final form. Nothing useful at all. Oh my gosh, you were supposed to be 160. What the hell? Oh, he just found me that one. Huh? Wait, are they playing yet? Oh yeah, they are.
Having to see how they're going to be able to utilize this. Already finding window incredibly low. Ooh, gets a stun, gets a grapple, and that was so insane because you also isolated, unfortunately for Window, between that wall. There was not going to be any healing, and Hoodie wasn't going to overextend and teleport on top of him. Now Energy are stuck on the top end of the choke.
Those are the type of things you have to do on this map. Use it in your favor and isolate heroes to deny that initial little bit of damage for them, and then you create a 6 versus 5. But now on the respawn window is going to jump straight back into enemy lines here as SG looking to hold once more as we focus in on Stinkers. He's doing more of the same, trying to be that disruption tactic.
So you have the Rampage while Stinkers is trying to build up into that calling card, and Hoodie going to be able to try to keep everybody up with the Kumio Unleashed. Now you have Stinkers trying to go crazy here. Calling card activated. Kraken Impact. It finds his mark and looks it from the other side, at least onto Window. It procs now the armor from Window. He's staying alive. The It's Jeff just to delete this, and Valentina's having to dance up to keep the rest of Swamp Gaming alive.
This is how quickly, though, Museum of Contemplation can go against you. You think you're in control. You think you're just dominating, push towards the point. A couple of fights that don't go your way, and suddenly the defensive team is on top because of the time it takes to get back to that car. As now NRG only have 30 seconds left, and they're already getting to crunch time here, where you have to start thinking about a potential strange. Maybe they've got one more push onto this cart before they have to strange it up, but 20 seconds left here for NRG.
Valentina said, no, 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 you can't run from me. Stinkers then having to get booted back to the spawn room gates. But as you mentioned, with 15 seconds left, time is of the essence, and the Galactic Legend comes in from a Median, forcing everyone to back away in this corner. They don't have a lot of time, but Energy are split up. A Median deviates his attention over to the Venom. Window does have a reset with a Feast of the Abyss. All eyes on how Window and Chime are going to be able to get this follow-up as the overtime is forced.
Well, they are on the cart, though. They are going to be able to push, and the Endsong Inferno will be popped, and it does do a little bit of damage, which allows Window to follow up onto Valentina. So now SG are going to be without one of their strategists. Very difficult, but you get a Median who's been able to find two, and that might just be too much for NRG to deal with. Suddenly, Stinkers has to go huge, but he's being left all alone.
And now you have Madara swapping over to the Doctor Strange. The stall can only go for so long between Window and Stinkers. Both of them are wiped out. Can the portal play come out in time? No, it's not. Overtime now taken away. Nobody left on the point for NRG. They get held right before that second checkpoint. But we'll talk about the swaps from Swamp Gaming. When, as you mentioned, Dan, they weren't able to win the back-to-back early fights, but they were able to hold their ground once they dealt with the Black Cat.
Swamp Gaming are just the kings and queens of adapting, aren't they? They get a read of what the heroes are, what the strategy is of their opposition, and they always have the right recipe to combat it. It's so impressive to watch, because if you think about your own ranked games, whether you're playing them, whether you're watching them, how many times do you just get stuck in a rut and you don't really know what to switch to, or your teammates don't know what to switch to? Just look at SG. Look how they counter what NRG were trying to do as well. Fantastic switch up from them right from the get-go. When they noticed that Black Cat was a problem, they made sure they found heroes that could kind of combat her in a way of either applying a similar amount of pressure or being able to remove her from the situation. The likes of Bucky, the likes of Captain America that came in. Really good from Swamp Gaming here. And now they only have to get just close to that second point, and they're going to win this entire match.
I hope everybody watching right now who somehow doesn't ban Black Cat in rank is writing some notes over these swaps, because that was just a great way to deal with that. Help heal for that backline too, to help enable Forky Dog and that BRB, which did bring back Mello a few times. And I'm not thinking that we're going to roll out on the Iron Man. We're going to see, I mean, but that would be actually crazy. As Kraz scatter over on the Emma and the Cap now, as Swamp Gaming are going to be able to roll out of the gates here on attack.
They only got,
I mean, this feels like
they only have one
a little bit of a troll, but at the same, yeah, I was going to say, there we go. There's a switch up as Mello is going to move back on over to Bucky as he just teases us a little bit, as now we will see it. It's a very aggressive push initially from NRG to try and force SG back here, but they get themselves forced back in the end and have to return just to this chokehold.
That's like already having that ultimate ready to go is going to be rocking the triple strategist. So this is kind of something that we were expecting here. And of course, it's even better when you're on the defense on Energy side, especially to keep Madara Window up. But these group walls are a problem from Kraz. Something that we love seeing from Kraz here too, especially on Museum. You have a lot of space and line of sight that you're blocking out. And a Median, the move coming out too to build up the hand of Khonshu. It's going to be the Animer coming in first from Aztec. Just going to be able to keep them up here as well as put in some extra pressure. Scatter and Mello taking a huge chunk of this damage, forcing Forky Dog and Valentina to back away.
I mean, alongside these group walls, it could be massive if you can just isolate some of those strategists as well and remove them from the equation, denying it with the group walls. That being said, it hasn't necessarily worked out so far. Hoodie has done very well on the back line to stay alive at the moment. And all three of them are working together to ensure that they're not just going to be picked off easily. But finally now SG start to march forward. And again, it's Scatter Genji going into the Dino, by the way. Very difficult to do for a lot of people, but Scatter has made it look so seamless.
Sometimes you just gotta choke slam the Dino, make him synced all over again here. And the follow-up too from Valentina. Remember, something else that Swamp Gaming do have in their pockets that NRG do not have is the Loki because Energy
Damn,
had the
3
Loki banned
vanguards,
against them. So we talked
3
about that
strategists.
verticality,
That's
and
why
just
there's
in
a
terms of the
Wolverine in the
architecture of the map, Valentina can get a lot done with these clones. Forky Dog also has that C after Valentina used that God of Mischief. Hand of Khonshu also ready, looking right at the back line. The Sia now activated. A lot of damage from both sides here, but it's a survivability as Window shuts down a Medium before any Hand of Khonshu could come out.
Brutes come out, but are they going to be able to capitalize? Doesn't look like it. And NRG have been able to build up plenty of ultimates. Now remember, NRG did push this cart through very comfortably on the first, but they look far better on the defensive side here for SG, and they really need to deny them here as Window gets another one onto Valentina. That could be huge, but of course, Valentina has the BRB to get straight back into the action.
Again, something else that Energy do not have available to them. You do have the It's Jeff. Aztec with another ultimate now, gonna be able to move everybody up with a lot of this healing. The Hand of Khonshu crashing over their foreheads. Everybody kites away and just holds forward. It allows them to close up the gap. They're seeing the Venom right underneath them, and Manian entering to find Madara. The Itch Death is gonna be used to see it from the other side here from the God of Mischief, as Valentina has been getting these ultimates just as quickly.
The Hand of Khonshu, it just created so much space for them, didn't it? NRG had to retreat into an uncomfortable position, and then there was a little bit of isolation onto the Devil Dino. It's going to be a portal play, though. A last-ditch attempt again from NRG to hold at this moment, but they don't have any ultimates to work with apart from potentially Window going to be able to go through as he gets that ultimate Hulk on the go.
Yeah, and just help him stall for as long as possible, but it's going to be hard with a lot of this damage output here as Forky Dog has that Sia. Mellow with the claws all sharpened is going to be able to find the cape right behind Doctor Strange. The torpedo, the slam down. That's going to be 2 of the strategists off the table for Energy, really only leaving Hoodie as the isolates Window, gets a second checkpoint. They're looking to waste no time here. 3 minutes, less than 10 seconds on the clock.
That was my mistake. He didn't even have the Ultimate Hulk available. Instead, he was just normalized. He was very close, 5% away from it in the end, but was ripped away. And now he's going to switch back over to the Venom is Window. And SG, they are able to catch that point. And now all they have to do is get this second one. Well, not even the second one. They have to get just close to it, and they will be winning this one. So NRG are going to have to try their best to hold once more. It was a valiant effort on that first point. This second one might be a little bit more difficult, though, depending on how they want to approach things, because, again, there's ults available on the side of SG, but they do get the opener to NRG.
These walls have been a huge problem, too. Chime going to be able to at least mark down a Median, and Forky Dog already used a BRB to bring back Mellow. Some time wasted away. Kraz does have that strangling prison. Stinkers now trying to utilize the Black Cat, get some information here, too, before trying to dive in with that calling card. It could be a great follow-up, as the Ensong Inferno is also online for Energy now. And now you currently see Stinker trying to dive in from the back lane. Calling card is going to be activated already to dive onto Forky Dog and a Medium. But Valentina being on the Loki is also incredibly hard. Mellow also making the swap up and being able to still be on the Bucky is crazy. The adaptability for Swamp Gaming, expecting these swap ups from Stinkers, allowed Mellow to go from Wolverine over to this Bucky.
First amplifier comes out, and they're going to have the chance to pop the second one, and they have the Strangling Prison as well, which now can work in tandem with the Galactic Legend. SG have the Wombo combo of all Wombo combos here. If they use this correctly, NRG might be deleted right here, right now.
Oh my goodness, everybody's put in the coffin here, but you have Chime not going down without a fight, taking it off angle. BRB still gets value, and now you have the second CRC, and you do not have the Ensong Inferno to deal with it. Kraken Impact gets the marking, gets a follow-up, and finds shot as they get the reset. But backing away, they know they don't want to try to take this fight here. They don't want to get overzealous, but they've isolated 2 of the members of Energy over into the side room.
NRG doing very well to defend here as well. It's Jeff is going to be available after the Rampage has popped, just to force Swamp Gaming back a little bit further, making them uncomfortable. They're not quite on the point, or they weren't. And now Scatter Genji, Psionic Seduction has to come out as well, just to create and generate a little bit of room for the rest of the squad.
Almost like a crazy grab. Manages to get away just by the tip of her hair. That's actually so scary. Sinker's now going to be able to get healed up thanks to Hoodie and Aztec. But I was going to say, it's kind of like a bait and punish here when you have Forky Dog and Valentina so close to their ultimate side by side. God of Mischief is going to proc the Ensong Inferno from Chime and just enable Forky Dog to get the wobble couple with a Median on the Galactic Legend and their own Sia.
I mean, SG used 5 ults in that previous fight and still weren't able to convert because NRG had defensive ones available, though with Madara going down, now you lose your Vanguard. Jeff has to pop the ultimate here, either to try and pick something out or maybe go defensive with it. But the rest of the squad is going to try and follow up to see if you can just remove him from the teeth of Jeff in the end. And Melophobia is going to take down Stinkers as SG now start to move forward.
If anything, maybe Scatter will be forced to swap over to the Strange to try to portal play in, but Chime also has the Ensign Inferno. Instead, he's going over to the cap, gets over to the Crash Time.
He didn't touch
Chime
it?
got melted in the air. Forky Doxia stays alive, which means they're gonna have two. The Lamps, now from Valentina, gets the copy, has another Sia, and it's all the damage output to allow Kraz and Mellow to shine. You have the anti-heal, you have the Kraken impact, and you get the reset after finding Stinkers in window.
It could be a tournament-defining moment here for NRG. They have to hold it. As you said, maybe the Strange Portal comes through, which it will. But now Galactic Legend could be that final nail in the coffin here. And the damage is being absolutely shredded through. And NRG is starting to drop and starting to fall. As SG should be able to push this one over. But they are throwing absolutely everything through this portal right now. But it's not going to be enough. As Swamp Gaming will take the entire match here. And NRG are on the ropes here in Stage 1.
Game-winning moment for me right there, Dan. The way that Swamp Gaming melted down that End Song Inferno. Not only did you allow one rocket ult to stay alive, you had two of them eventually as they staggered those ultimates. I want to bring back Cozy in after a pretty quick first series that we open up our final week here in our group stages because Swamp Gaming continue on with a perfect record.
Oh man, y'all, it just felt like so many times of what we've seen from NRG before, playing great on certain parts of the map but unable to bring the whole thing home. I mean, what a start there from them, but couldn't get it done in what is, again, like Yggdrasil a little bit, that 0.2 hold. You know, we continue to see the teams that are right there, not able to push. But for me, I think the things that stood out, you said it there, the Insong Inferno not crashing down and getting rid of that amplifier, but even more so, it just felt like Madara was getting picked off. That early pick on Madara, it felt like from there, the walls kind of broke down, and they were able to do that pretty consistently. The way they can counter swap Gaskin to the Wolverine quickly, which is just great for the passive and that extra kind of fear at the end of the overtime on point one, to the Moon Knight, right, is what I think sets Swamp apart. It's the quick realization and the quick swap.
Yeah, it's having the ability to do it well. You can switch all you like. You can have the knowledge to say, hey, this is what we should be swapping to. It's actually putting it into effect as well. Having someone who can play that hero effectively, that you can actually counter what you're trying to do. So that's what Swamp Gaming do so successfully. They are an incredible squad.
Yeah, absolutely. And Vicky, I mean, if you take a look at it, obviously MVP, you can pick so many of them, but take a look at the highlights of what they've done here, as we just need to concentrate on the gameplay here. Is the shining moments of the 0.1 holds. I mean, it's crazy with that good of a, you know, kind of, I would say I like the strategy, Vicky. The Hulk Venom Dino comp is stuff of nightmares, but, you know, they were able to kind of answer the call. Do you think that Madara should have stayed on Dino with the Moon Knight out there? It's kind of a difficult decision to make there quickly. The Hulk and the Venom were working.
Yeah, I feel like Madara, when you're on Devil Dino, you're dealing with the Moon Knight, you're literally like just one big walking onk, right? And it's just going to be able to allow so much damage to escape by, and that just enables Swamp Gaming to make their own gameplay opportunities. We even saw the decision from Kraz to go over to the cap at the very end, to go in and then get follows with a Madian. You talk about a lot more of these swaps, even Valentina going over to the Loki when they make the swap over on the attack, and having not only those lamps to deal with the dive opposition, because you had Window, Madara, and Stinkers try things out on triple Vanguard. And the fact that you had Swamp Gaming already note that and roll out with Mellow on Wolverine is a statement on its own. Mellow cleared that up very quickly. They were able to then do a quick swap up over to the Bucky because they were easily expecting Stinkers to stick back over to that Black Cat.
No, that's a great point. We'll take a look at our MVP here in just a moment. You know, for me, Gaskin, it's not always one or like, you know, 20 things. It can come down to one or two. And if you looked at how that last point went, or point two, if you know, match up the strats going really head-to-head, the Rocket and the Loki were right there with the ult charge. If they could have just kept that momentum, that pressure forward, and not have lost Madara, I think they were looking pretty good in terms of really momentum and then distraction into getting off that end song and having things kind of work their way. Because when you have both strat ults kind of line up like that, it felt like they were going to hold it.
Yeah, it was insane. They survived 5 ults coming out from Swamp Gaming, and then in somewhat of a neutral, suddenly the Devil Dino goes down, and you kind of left scratching your head a little bit, saying, how do you do that well previously? And I guess it comes down to having the defensive ults as well, and it just again shows that Swamp Gaming are still an incredible neutral team. Doesn't matter if they have ults on their side or not, they just know how to isolate these players, and a lot of that came down to Mellow. The grabs he was getting on Bucky were insane as well. Just to be able to remove someone from the fight, or at least get them far enough away that the rest of the team could capitalize on it. As we look at some of the stats here, it really was a very entertaining matchup, that's for sure. NRG will be, I'm sure, very hurt by the fact they weren't able to convert here against SG, but at the same time, they have to respect against what they just played here in Swamp Gaming.
And dare I say, it's like watching Thanos Infinity War without all the stones. Yeah, like they're still so great, but they're still days, right? Like it's crazy that this team can do what a lot can't, right? So a lot of these teams like to not show all their cards on the table, right? Because they're going to be playing in the same patch meta. Obviously, you have more important matches ahead. Playoffs is a new patch. We've continued to say that. But what this team can do is that they can keep, warm players hot. And you can have Daze and Madian go in and out. And it also keeps a lot of your strats and your, I would say, most important moments for secrecy. And I think, Vicky, that's a huge advantage Swamp has almost over everybody. TLC, big signings there, obviously, with Vest, and they can go with Spark. But that stands out to me.
I think that's what's allowing these teams to go the distance when it really matters and you've achieved your goal in hitting playoffs, right? Because that's when you get to pull these secret cards up your sleeve and kind of throw a wrench into a lot of these teams and what they were expecting after scrims in general. So I think now looking already at the facts that how group stages has played out for a lot of these teams, you kind of showcase what you have in store for a lot of these map picks, but also how flexible you are, and your subs being able to get flexed in too is equally important.
Yeah, and just to set the standard and the pacing of adapting to meta and picks, I feel like Swamp Gaming has kind of led a lot of that. I mean, if you go back to last year, you can almost say EMEA did a lot of that, and then America would kind of go from there if you look at VP. But this year, it does feel like, between Swamp TLC, they've got a really firm grasp on what's working at the highest level, while everyone else kind of seems like they're constantly adapting. And I think that, again, is what sets them apart and why coaching and analysts are also so important, Gaskin. It's a part, I think, that not all teams and organizations have access to, and it definitely does show when the homework's there.
Yeah, Fox has just been such a good addition to any game, really. Just to see the in-depth strategy that coaches have to go with this game is unbelievable. I mean, I really wish we could chat to more coaches more often, because being able to listen what they have to do in preparation, unbelievable. I do think they are like the seventh player in the team at some time, so it's really really nice to watch.
Well, let's go ahead and welcome in our winner's interview with the one, the only Melophobia. I would say the Phoenix.
Well, they going to an interview. Where would they do that? I fixed it. So let me see. Oh. Damage. Strike. No, I see when I try this thing. What is it? It's actually this one. Thunder Torrent. For each point a Torfor consumed. I gotta do something. Okay, this one. And revert after. How long they're gonna talk? When they talk, I'm gonna give them food. What's up? What's up? Wait on this. Two minutes. Oh yeah, then they gotta talk, and then they gotta. Oh, so you're gonna be about 5 to 10. Got time.
The battle starts in 5, 4, 3,
Oh.
2, 1.
No one escapes hell.
Only one team wins this. Try to make it yours.
My domain will one day encompass all souls.
You're in the lead now. Try to make it last. Keep an eye on this one.
Damn, my aim sucks.
Find that soul. As expected.
You're welcome.
I was holding back.
Boom! No skill shot!
Maximum pulse!
Feels like living.
It's a squirrel nazi! I'm counting on you, friends.
Feel the wrath of the goddess!
My friends are here! Keep an eye on this one.
I'll patch you up.
Healing. Why would I need healing?
Us against the world! I am Phoenix!
Follow this enemy.
This is real firepower! Never
Here's this life.
I haven't got old.
You are the I accept. I may return from my own realm.
Maximum pulse!
It's spider time!
I want your soul. I specialize in grief and revenge. I can do it. Here's
Disappear!
keep going up there.
We are undefeatable!
This is ever true.
Maximum pulse!
Feel the wrath of the goddess!
Legions of hell are beyond.
Nah, you thought, huh?
Feels like living.
He put me to sleep and he didn't finish me. Voice man. You playing it. Oh, there we go.
And then Melio
They
plays,
always start with
I feel
this
like
map, though.
we've
I don't
done
understand
different
why.
types of Melio throughout the preseason and into now.
And domination.
Have to see the best of it, Vicky, as we go into the big ban.
Yeah, right. Because is FlyQuest also going to rely on like the triple strategist? We know that Melio has rolled out on the Ultron. Ooh, the immediate protect save though on the Phoenix very early on for the pick and ban phase for FlyQuest, but also nothing to be surprised about with the double gambit getting banned. Sentinels taking their notes are going to be able to ban out that rocket. Once you see that Phoenix protect, you don't want to get a combo very similarly that you could get with the Galactic Legend on Star-Lord, but also on the Endsong Inferno.
So Gaskin, that's what we thought, right? They did their homework. They knew Sentinel was going to attack the duelist side of things. And now with that, you have to punch them on the strategist front, right? With that being said, what is the biggest weakness they don't have available? Go with the Devil ban here, probably. The Dino ban, and then maybe look from there?
Yeah, I would imagine Dino ban comes out here. It's just you can't really give up a Dino ban possibility. It would be strange to do so. That being said, teams are starting to work out how to play without that Dino. We just saw it from Swamp Gaming, right? It's very easy to do so, but there we go. I think Sentinels are too smart to allow that one to pass. You can't allow FlyQuest to give such a heavy protect onto a duelist there and then not punish them with the Devil Dino ban. And then we are seeing FlyQuest go back to the strategist, as you were mentioning, just try and remove some of those. But this week, we're seeing a lot more focus on the likes of Black Cat and Star-Lord when it comes to these protects.
I like the Black Cat save, Vicky, because when you take a look at that, right? I mean, between Amazing and Yusher, you know, you're going to lose a lot of that backline, but I almost guarantee this is going to have Amazing in more of that duelist role.
Yeah, I do. We did see some signs of Amazing Black Cat, and we've also had some time to work out some of the things that we may needed to fix up for our Black Cat. And then this also means that the Star-Lord is available. So Sentinels maybe slotting in Yusher on that role as they protect the Luna Snow very last. The Captain America ban is also pretty funny here from FlyQuest, showcasing that respect to over to Sentinels. Obviously, Crimzo and Dogman having no issue. Dogman being on that Dino before, as well as Crimzo not only flexing over to that cap that is not available here, but to the Venom as well.
Yeah, for sure. And the Mantis there at the end, again, is just to shut down probably the triple strategist if they do want to lean on that. I would say I'm not crazy about the Captain America save here because of how good Crimzo has been picking up the Dino. He's been kind of more in that pilot seat for that role. But yes, obviously they do have the option if they need to go that way. If Dino's open, sometimes we have the flex over to the tank pool, even though, you know, it's kind of gone out of meta somewhat. But either way, that's kind of how it's shaping out to be. And it's a lot of what we thought, Gaskin. It's going to be trying to keep the duelists hot and, you know, the playmakers ready to make the biggest plays that they can possibly make here in week 3, day 1 of FlyQuest Sentinels.
Yeah, it's going to be a big one here. Vicky, there's a lot on the line for both these teams, really. Sen can guarantee their way through playoffs. I mean, likelihood is they would probably be there anyway, but this would 100% without a doubt sort it. For FlyQuest, they don't want to have to go into that game against Nightmare knowing that it's a must-win. If they were to find a victory here today, it puts them in such a more comfortable position going into the last day. Alas, both teams now have to focus on the task at hand. We are going to get a one-sided Dino game yet again here. Can Sentinel show us how it's done this time? And how when you have that Dino on your side, you can really bully the opposition.
Already starting off, the theme of the day, everybody, is controlling your own destiny, and Tuesday controlling the point already with a high ground position off this portal play before swapping off on the Doctor Strange, making sure everybody is saxied up before going over to the Elsa. I like this. You're going to be playing a lot more poke from afar after you get the positional advantage up on the high ground, trying to negate that of Sentinels, who now are forced to go over to the right side. As already Cozy mentioned, Crimzo being on that Devil Dino, Dogman also on the Emma, and now you have Techie trying to match that too, but with the grab and the clapback, it's going to be amazing over onto the White Box to give Flamay that team up with the Luna.
This is why it was so important for Sen to ban that Mantis, because if FlyQuest are going to be playing a bit more of poke going into a Devil Dino with that Mantis, it would be very difficult to deal with. Alas, there is not going to be a Mantis for FlyQuest, so instead they're going to have to try and make it work with the Elsa plus the Phoenix, which is still plenty of damage, but at the moment, they are going to have to try and force back Sen, and they have done that. They've got control of this first point, and if we learned anything from that first series, Vicky, gaining control of this first point here, being able to be somewhat aggressive into your opposition's spawn, makes it very difficult for them to break through.
It's kind of like the topic of domination and why it's so detrimental in a best of 3 where you really only have that tone. Look, damn, he got put in the microwave. All right, but he gets healed back up, and if anything, it acts as a battery as we also make some adjustments, because Ryan Mazing off the White Fox going over to the Daredevil instead, and it's to deal also with Melio and Tusi, who Melio already has that end song Inferno to try to deal a lot of that extra pressure.
Look how tight FlyQuest are playing as a unit. I mean, something like a Jeff could delete all of them if they had a Jeff available, but now Ryan Mazing getting up, down and dirty and in the face, but not able to take down Melio. And again, that tightness just eliminates the chance to get those picks on the back line, and FlyQuest have the advantage, and the invisible boundary gets forced out.
This is so much damage. The invisible boundary out to at least try to keep him alive, but now the green light for Yusha to go in for the Galactic Legend. Finds Zello. That is 3 off the table from FlyQuest, and no running as Melio is the next to get wiped out. But when you call in that early invisible boundary here, it just allows Sentinels to move up together as Oasis and Yusha were able to go side by side to claim the point.
Yeah, they threw everything at them there, Sentinels, didn't they? FlyQuest, they probably thought they had the advantage in the fight. They got that initial pick, but Sen were like, look, we've got these ults to use. Let's make sure we just use them in tandem, and we should be able to delete FlyQuest, and they did successfully. And now they're going to try and do the same thing. Pin FlyQuest back here. Don't allow them to get through. And because FlyQuest were on so much poke, they've switched over to their own Daredevil, and Melio has been able to get the pick onto Rymazing. Great switch up for FlyQuest.
I love this here too. Already calling out that Rymazing being on the Daredevil could be a problem here for this backline. And Melio now clapping back is going to be able to find 2 more, taking advantage over the number advantage and finding 4 in total, make it 5. It is a wipeout here as FlyQuest dominate in another team fight, already nearing 80% on the point.
So impressive from FlyQuest. The switch over just straight away. No ego, no wanting to stay on the same hero. Moving over immediately to try and combat what Sen were able to break through with. And now at 90%, FlyQuest just need to hold one more defensive battle here, and Sentinels will have to look towards round 2.
And they have the Kumio Unleashed that they actually use up very early because you're nearing 99%. You want to prevent them from contesting on the point. Rymazing at least forces it into overtime right on par. He can let out the Devil here, and Flamay is going to put them in position. You have the Psionic Seduction from Techie, but Yusha still allows to mark down Melio. Now you have that match up from Dogman, who has a Psionic Seduction themselves, just so that way they can bring Cart into their line of sight. Still up in numbers, so as Sentinel get to regroup, Rymazing still holding on to letting the Devil out, and just trying to split more attention as the Rampage lets loose from Crimzo.
Yeah, Rymazing, it's eyes on. Devil Out is available, but you are going to see Dance Off now.
Nice.
Popped by FlyQuest just to try and sustain here. Not much overtime to work with on the side of Sen, so Rymazing says, look, the time is now. I have to let the Devil out. It is Yusha, though, who gets 1. Crimzo's gone down on the other side as well.
He got frozen and almost melted. He was waiting for the Fate of Both Worlds to end to then let the Devil out, and now we're having the 1v1 as Yusha had a lot more health to mark down Melio, but it's going to be another shutdown as Tusi takes a different off angle, and you have Cart trying to make space.
Glartrox is going to be there for Tuzi as well, and the FlyQuest, they very quickly re-engage, and now they have the extra player on the map too. Here is said Glartrox. They steal away the Dino, and the Dino is going to be absolutely peppered as Crimzo taken down. So is Dongman. Flamey is the next to fall, and Sen, they need a portal, but I'm not sure they're going to have the time. They're going to try and sustain here and delay, but FlyQuest have bullied them off the point. Crimzo switches over. Can you get the touch?
A buffet for the Glartrox and even more space for free here for FlyQuest. It's going to proc here in the portal. They try to... look at the pixel there. And you let the devil out, though, from Melio. They're going to expend this ultimate, now hold it for the next round. And now you have the Galactic Legend to match it here just to try to melt them down.
And melt they shall. FlyQuest will lose Melio, and Sentinels are holding on at the moment, but they cannot afford to step off of this point. And they also take down Yusha, so the duelists have been eliminated. But Raimazing, back in the face of things, does take down Car. And FlyQuest are possibly going to have to give this one up. You can see they're starting to back off a little bit as Sen start to move up, but they were also dropping like flies. Very difficult fight to try and win out here for Sen.
The fact that they also had Techie over on the Vampo, they get the Banhammer. Crimzo gets off, he flies too high up. And this first round goes in favor for FlyQuest. Sentinels, they threw everything in the kitchen sink, Dan. But even FlyQuest were forced to expend that Luna ultimate just so that way they could secure it.
Nice.
Well, FlyQuest, again, just trying to change the tide here in this group and make everyone second-guess themselves a little bit. It was very difficult to try and guess who was going to be able to take the win in this one for me in this series. We coined it the series of the day, and I think for good reason. We're going to see a lot of back and forth between these two teams. It was a very interesting pick and ban phase, but once more, we get to see how difficult it can be to be the solo Dino, but also, if you know how to play against it, you can really punish. I mean, the Glartrox in that initial fight was massive, by the way. Being able to isolate a Dino, it's so easy to burn down a Dino when you're able to remove them away from those strategists. The hitbox is so easy, they get absolutely deleted, and FlyQuest will find themselves a round up here in map 1.
Yeah, basically the Glartrox has enough food to last them till next year, just off that Dino alone. It's insane here. It'd been pretty hard to not hit that too with how big Devil Dino is, but it's also clearing so much space. And look at the fight right here over to the high ground of the platform. We see no time is going to be FlyQuest here. The group wall's now in front of Tusi's face as Crimzo makes the adjustment. Currently just trying to rally up everybody. It's going to be Zelos popping in the Kumio Unleash. And Tusi has that Glartrox again. Dogman could go on a rampage, but he could get stuffed out. As Cart fights Flamey first, the sustain won't be the same here, as Sentinels really only has to rely on the invis from Oasis. Now the rampage comes in, Crimzo's literally one shot. He doesn't have the Strangling Prison, and he's the next to fall, as FlyQuest have the number advantage.
Playing against a good Cap, man, it's just so difficult. Captain America, so oppressive, and the fact you were able to remove that strategist that quickly, it means FlyQuest will be the first to get the point again here in round 2. So Sen can have to try and answer back. They do have ults available. The Ensong Inferno from Raimazing perhaps can be used in conjunction with a little bit of damage to eliminate the back line of FlyQuest. But with Glartrox available, Techie also has ult up as well. FlyQuest have answers.
And Cart is so flexible too. Strangling Prison now brings him in. Ooh, big pick onto Tuzi. Now you will have the Glartrox, at least in this fight. Ensong Inferno from Raimazing after he made the swap over the Phoenix. Unfortunately, doesn't land. It's Mark here as Techie is able to mark down Raimazing. That's a back-to-back, by the way, that we've been seeing Techie mark Raimazing. Get to see the focus here, the Manhammer as well. They get the grab and the chomp as Sentinels now are trying to force their way through the choke.
But again, look at the amount of time that is being scored on the point by FlyQuest by just taking that fight to Sentinels near to their spawn in their own half. Finally, Sen are able to get a touch, but is it going to be enough? Because Tuzi is now back in the game. The Glartrox came out. They were able to get 2, but Sen do answer back. It's an absolute brawl on the point at the moment, but who's going to be able to convert is the real question. Everyone trying to dance around to survive. Yusha finally is able to get one onto Tuzi, and it looks like Sen have just been able to win this one out, and FlyQuest have to reset.
I saw that cheeky angle to see that Glartrox, by the way, coming out of the left side, caught the strategist from the side of Sentinels. I saw Raimazing make that quick swap up over to the Ultron. So Sentinels maybe relying on what they feel is very comfortable, but it didn't really reap them that success that we've seen in the earlier stages of our group stages. And Tusi has just been on fire. And now Melee and Velocity have these ultimates to work with here, Dan.
Yeah, Melio not popping it just yet, though. Waiting for the right time. Also seeing what is really going to be on the side of Sentinels. Are there any ults pop? Can you actually isolate one of these players? But it's just a little bit of damage, which will allow Invisible Boundary now to be popped here from Oasis.
Ooh, a little early here, but they did find velocity, so that was actually really on point, right? Amazing then finding 2 to follow up. They're nearing already 45%, and now they have the momentum swinging on their side. It did expend the invisible boundary, but they will have Flamme with the Fate of Both Worlds for survivability, as Melio can let the devil out, but Zealous and Velocity can stagger these strategists ults.
Amazing just seems to be comfortable when he's in the air. Doesn't matter if it's Iron Man, whether it's going to be an Ultron. Getting the job done as FlyQuest are now forced back and Sen starting to score and will be closing in on taking the lead here on this point. But again, still eyes on Melio. Are you able to get behind that back line and utilize Let the Devil Out here to try and do some damage?
Kind of forcing it out, though, after finding Usher. He's going to try to do the Beyblade spin to win, and now the survivability to allow Melio to stay up. It's a dance-off between Velocity and Flamme with the Fate of Both Worlds, and Cart has all the survivability to help stagger on this point, too. He's stalling now as he's going to go berserk, and now the Explanation coming in from the Ultra for Amazing. They lost on Usher, though, and that's very big. He had the Galactic Legend ready to go, and 2C's still holding onto the Endsong Inferno just to go in for a reset.
Nice reset, as you say, but 2C's now going to be just backing up and dealing a bit of extra damage as well. Endsong Inferno is there to try and convert more, but alongside Cart, they are going to make 2, make it 4 actually in the end. Sen will back off. FlyQuest regain the point at 97. So now Sen are going to have to break here as FlyQuest going to be very close to not just taking this round, Vicky, but of course taking this game and being up 1-0 as we move into the second. So Sentinels, though, they do have Galactic Legend to work in this next, and FlyQuest are all out of ult.
That's what I was a little worried about, right? Because that was a very expensive fight for FlyQuest. Even Melio making the change up over to the Psylocke, now having the 1v1 duel before getting some help together with Cart. But it's Crimzo making the swap over to the Angela, noting that they have to contest on this point. It's going to be incredibly close between both of these teams. Sentinels want to take it to round number 3. You talked about the Galactic Legend, but it gets stunned. It gets stopped. Overtime taken away. That was massive here. Have to look back on that.
That was nice.
Is able to get that freeze now. Then you have the Beyblade here together. From User Amazing getting shut down afterwards, but that was the win con that Sentinels wanted to rely on.
Yeah, boy, did they need it, and now without it, they are dropping. They are at just 3 people still alive. Someone has to try and sustain and hold, and maybe hope that Amazing can get a touch, but it's not going to happen, as FlyQuest will take the first map here against Sentinels, and boy, oh boy, is this group getting interesting.
Oh my goodness. Sentinels thought they had figured things out. They came out of the gates with some different compositions for that second week, but that was massive. It could have been an Exile, it could have been a Charm, but that was insane to see a shutdown and also ult tracking on the side of FlyQuest. That was crazy here, and a great performance to open up our best of 3 for our second series of the day. It's only going to get better. Everybody strap in. We'll find out where our map number 2 is going to take us after this break.
Oh, 5 minutes. So we can play one quick.
Those who oppose me shall be left to...
The battle starts in 5.
I want to hit somebody with a whale.
3, 2, 1. Only one team wins this. Try to make it yours.
My kingdom shall rise as swiftly as the seas.
Denizens of the deep! Thanks this place! How refreshing! Down, counter! Accuracy percentage!
You're in the lead now. Try to make it last. Then come from behind. You can still turn this around.
So many vanguards. Guess we're gonna feast.
South Korea's finest. Reporting.
Disappear!
Take that, you villain!
Better than my own power. The Wolverine don't go down that easy.
The team up nobody asked for!
You're mine. Fine by me.
The moon haunts you!
Ah, I thought I grabbed the guy in the middle.
You can put me down, but I'll always get back up.
Friends, gather
Damn it, never fall! Damn it, never fall! Fantastic!
Armed and dangerous!
Put some pep in my step.
Time to go berserker. Just who I was looking for.
By the eye of Agamotto!
shields up! Disappear!
Maximum pulse!
Wolverine don't go down that easy. You're mine.
Alright, don't run from there. Don't run. Why are you running from the smoke? Huh? Why are you running from the smoke? Wow, he does more damage than me?
The moon haunts you!
Extra sharp.
Why are you running? Look at him. Let me just run. spawns all the time.
Don't go down that easy.
Armed and dangerous! You get a weapon! You get a weapon!
This next person coming at us.
Well, you can't expect to win them all.
It could be the ones that facing up an elimination match.
Yeah, I mean, suddenly there's a potential for a three-way tie. There's a potential that we just see FlyQuest win out, go through, and then it becomes NRG versus Sen on the last day. Winner goes through, loser goes home. But that's if we get there, right? There is still a lot to play here. But what we've learned is definitely Kart looks so much more comfortable in this team the further we've got through this season. When he was first added, there was, you know, is he going to be as comfortable because he's not able to play Hulk as much? He looked brilliant so far today, and I'm very excited to see what he can do going into this next one.
Well, I think we've got the replay to check out the angle from Kart's point of view. And just, I've played the Hulk. The amount of skill to pull this off mid-game, it was so much on the line, and the call-outs. You have to try to be sneaky here as Yusha if you want to get this off. And they just track this thing through the ult tracking. Look at this beauty. I mean, disgusting. Absolutely crazy at top level of play. And Vicky, it's not just hitting a shot like that. That's not easy. It's actually a very small margin of error there, but also tracking that ult charge and then being aware of where the Star-Lord is on top of that, right?
Yeah, that's actually crazy. Like, it looks like Kart was just playing a different game. You saw him just playing Ring Around the Rosie like he was jumping on a trampoline all around Hell's Heaven. And the MVP being Tusi is also another thing to highlight here, too, because if it wasn't on the Elsa, it was a swap up to the Phoenix that also helped enable FlyQuest to take that first round especially.
Yeah, what did we say, Gaskin, going in? I said it's going to be the duelists, honestly, that are going to be able to help this team, and the anchors of it is Tusi. I mean, Tusi plays such an important role for FlyQuest, and you brought in these new additions, combined with what they already have, and you can see as the stat screen right here highlights, Sentinels have been great at domination, and FlyQuest, I mean, they made that, I don't want to say made it look like light work, but they look pretty dominant.
And Dino struggling again, like just not able to find that victory at the moment. It's anti-Dino teams are winning out, and it was the way FlyQuest adjusted. You know, they were playing a very poke-heavy comp to begin with, and then as soon as the break happened, they realized they were going to struggle to get out of spawn with said poke. So they switched Melio over to a little bit of dive. It works out perfectly. They get the break of their own, and then it was constantly being able to switch back and forth. Melio was on 3 or 4 different heroes in the end, and just was a pleasure to watch FlyQuest find that success. Sentinels, they came very close, and they certainly were also trying to adapt and make changes here or there, but FlyQuest have just looked better and better each week here.
In some ways, Sentinels remind me of Yeah, We Lost, because you gotta get what you get from them. And what I mean by that, right, you're gonna get the Iron Mans, you're gonna get the pennies, like things just are gonna be a little crazy, and it's gonna get you some crazy wins, right? You're gonna win against 100 Thieves in a matchup that people maybe thought was gonna go their way, but then also you'll have these bans that maybe wouldn't work against other teams, and I think kind of lend themselves to more favor in the hero pool selection. So many great players, Vicky, but to me, it just feels like the pig ban. Well, we had a Black Hat save. I didn't see a Black Hat once, right? It's just, I don't know if that was bait. It was a bit odd.
Yeah, and then rolling out with White Fox, right? Like, that was interesting. And then you have to consider, like, if you're going to have to expend a save like that, it's pretty expensive in the pick and ban phase. I'm predicting that we're probably going to move on to Museum of Contemplation, as we're going to find out. Oh, wow, surprise, surprise. All right, because obviously Sentinels, in their previous series that they've played on in the last 2 weeks, have been relying on Museum of Contemplation to turn things around when they have lost out in that first game.
Yeah, this part of the stream is brought to you by, once again, Museum of Contemplation. Go visit it today. I mean, it's crazy that all teams believe this is their map. But you know what? After we saw Iron Man, Tony Stark in the sky. I mean, with so much on the line right now, if I was Sentinels, I'd be picking this team. Where else he going, right? And again, if you missed it, this is where we saw a really interesting comp of Punisher and Iron Man. I've gone up against this comp. It's tough, Gaskin, because there's so much firepower, both high and low.
Yeah, it's actually very oppressive and horrible to play against, and I wouldn't be surprised if something similar is brought out. That being said, FlyQuest, if they've done their homework, maybe they are going to prepare for it, not necessarily through picks and bans, but also just being ready to adapt in that moment for switches of their heroes in general, as we get the usual Gambit bans to start us off, and then Sen going to protect that Rocket Raccoon, which you never know, might lead us toward that comp that you were speaking of.
Oh, man. Remember, guys, if Fly wins this, they go against, I believe, Nightmare last, right? So it's like they're sitting pretty. All right, so we'll put it that way without disrespecting, I guess, anybody. But yeah, taking a look here and going into it, we've got the first save going over to the Raccoon. Once again, FlyQuest, oh, man, that's a tough matchup, right? FlyQuest getting Tuesday's pick, also being able to have that in-song that can, you know, shut down the Raccoon.
Oh, yeah, it's actually crazy, too, because then you shut down the rocket from the other side, so you don't want to get the damage boost on top of it all. The double Mantis ban, I'm not surprised to see that, too. You don't want to have that one-sided Mantis, although we did have that available in our previous series, and it wasn't utilized there, but it wasn't really needed, too, because something to highlight is how great of a map this is for Loki, and that's something else that Sentinels could keep in mind here, because obviously FlyQuest have no issue with velocity flexing over from the Luna to the Loki if they need, depending on what side they're starting on, seeing that they are on the defense.
Yeah, and we continue to see this too, Gaskin, where it's like you want to look at the Luna and the Invis. We continue to bring this up, and some teams prefer to have more of that utility with the Invis, or some just want to have that extra firepower. And with Dino out of the equation, at least for the end of Sentinels, I mean, what way do they go here for the last save?
Honestly, it's tough because they've got a few avenues they could head towards. There's a few heroes that they've definitely been leaning towards and more comfortable. You could go for something like a White Fox to save if you're worried about that backline dive as well, but Emma Frost, after the ban, I guess makes sense because then it's a one-sided Emma Frost, and we have seen how well Emma Frost goes into a Dino. That being said, FlyQuest, they get rid of the Captain America, which again, I think is an important one.
Honestly, that's the perfect one to hit, right? Because now you get the uncomfortability, you don't have Dino, and at this point, you're going to have Emma for Dongman, and you thought Crimson was going to go over to Cap. So now you just have a bit of this awkwardness of what way they want to go. They saw the keys to success, Vic, with 100 Thieves versus them in that matchup. And it looks like they did their homework, protecting the duelists and shutting down the Vanguard line.
Yeah, actually also being able to note that they're splitting up those bands between the Vanguards and that back line too, right? You're trying to force out more of these compositions, but flexibility is the name of the game when it comes to the level of competition that we're looking at here in group stages, Cozy. That's why only 4 of our teams make it through into the playoffs, but FlyQuest now are currently sitting at match points, and all is on the line, determining on if Sentinels get to keep that cushion right underneath them, or is it going to start shaking up this group?
Yeah, this is going to be a very interesting and nerve-wracking game for probably both teams, but in particular, you know, Sentinels here, they were probably coming into this one feeling relatively confident after their performances previously, being able to put them in this position where a win here would have really sent them through to playoffs, and now suddenly they're scratching their heads a little bit, saying, oh, wait, are we just giving FlyQuest a ticket back into this group completely? We'll have to see. Museum of Contemplation, it's been very comfortable for Sentinels before. Rymazing, he briefly hovered onto Iron Man, but it is a quick switch over to that White Fox, which I was expecting during that pick and ban phase as well. They've been able to get away with it without the lock, and now we'll have to see whether they can make sure that they stop really the plan of FlyQuest on the other side.
This is crazy, too. The fact that we're still seeing the Penny right now, I mean, this is who we're expecting it from, right? Dogman has done this with the Penny before. You sure taking a huge chunk of that damage, already getting cheeky with it, hiding the mines right underneath the nest of the webs, and you're currently having Crimson trying to control a lot more of this space on that group.
Nice damage as well, just to be able to force back a couple of these guys so that you can actually continue to push as well. But now you are going to see the first ult comes through. The ban hammer is going to be there from the side of FlyQuest just to try and target some of this back line, but Sen are just going to back off, wait for it to dissipate, and then they'll move in and re-engage.
Kind of why it procced out the Emma ban too, right? Because if you're going to be focusing on Crimso's Vanguard lineup, then you got to get rid of that Emma who can get that free charge on these group walls. Susie, though, taking it off Ango, has the Ansong Inferno ready to pressure them back to get the follow-up after we're seeing the dive from Cart being on the Captain America. Beautiful first pick here, too, to find Oasis. Flamate does have that Tia, but everybody's getting stunned as Tusi is farming.
He's just loving this Phoenix at the moment. It's so difficult to play against a good Phoenix that is constantly slamming your head like that. just so much damage output, and again, it just creates a lot of room for everyone else to play the way they want to play, to be honest. And now Sen, they're going to have to reassess how they want to engage here on this one. You can see at the moment the Vanguard's really struggling to even get around the corner because the amount of damage that's arriving from the other side.
Now those walls are getting melted. 99 fire making right here, at least for Tuzi. And trying to show off that skill cape. It's going to now be Melio from the sky as Cart once again harassing this backline, now finding Yusher. No protection here for this backline to really rely on anything as Techie fights Flamay after he uses the Sia.
That bubble's been important from Techie as well, just protecting some of these duelists, not being able to be focused, but there's the Strangling Prison, it does come out, and they are all going to be there for the picking, but the ults will come out on the defensive side from FlyQuest just to keep everyone alive.
We're mentioning Melio too being on this ult on that verticality that this map has, and you come slamming down on top of the wall. Amazing trying to keep them alive here too with the Kumio Unleashed to help elaborate from Yusher's damage output, but it was matched that from FlyQuest's side too. Now you have the Psionic Seduction from the other side to try to find where this annoying cap has been. Dogman looking behind him, but Cart is bouncing around now in a different form on the trampoline. It may not be the Hulk, but it's over here on the Captain America.
Psionic Seduction didn't really pay off, to be honest. Banhammer now comes out. Can you actually isolate alongside the bubble as well to take down one of these backlines? Well, it doesn't matter, because Tusi has been able to go off and take down Crimzo and Oasis here. Sure, there's the BRB for one, but the damage is already done here onto Sentinels.
This is insane here to see the amount of damage output that FlyQuest is putting in onto Sentinel's map pick, by the way, as they're the ones rolling out on the attack. Look at these changes, because something needs to be changed here, and it's going to be Amazing over to the Black Cat. This time, they didn't have to protect it. It's not like they used it in the one game that they did protect it, but we know that Black Cat is great on this map. Get some information, get invisible. Crimzo now rolling out too on the Venom.
Yeah, we need to see something special here from Amazing, because otherwise Sentinels are going to get held before the first point here from FlyQuest at the moment. And really just going to be one of these situations where you need someone to go off and show what you can do and demonstrate that little bit of something else.
Now time is of the essence, though. He's talking about a little bit of anything. I mean, with 20 seconds left on the clock, now this Cart is just literally going around the corner. Sentinels right now struggling on this attack. And Tusi and Melio have their ultimates in their pocket. Velocity 2 with survivability. And now you go down, delete the Sia with the End Song Inferno. The BRB may bring back Yusher. And now Melio comes in with the Extermination.
Yeah, but the trouble is when the Amplifier was down, Yusha wanted to be able to deal that damage. Maybe the BRB just gives them the chance, and actually with Cart going down on the cap, that's going to be the opener for Sen. But look at the rest of the squad working together and isolating everyone they can. Sen now having to pop the Galactic Legend just to stay alive.
Now you at least have the Feast of the Abyss here, but Crimzo is falling low. Yusha Amazing then follow from the calling card, and they clear the numbers. They force Dogman to go in for a portal play. Is it going to be necessary? They want to put more bodies on the point because now FlyQuest retaliate with Cart making the swap up, getting the portal play, forcing two of the members of Sentinel to back away.
Yeah, they back away, but it is going to be Portal versus Portal, as you had mentioned, and we're going to get an all right down and dirty brawl on the bus like your time in high school is now FlyQuest. Can they actually utilize what Velocity has here? Because the dance-off could really just allow them to sustain. Nothing on the side of Sentinels in terms of ultimates yet.
Oh, these portal plates are actually insane. The placement too, just to block out some line of sight here from one side of the cart. But you have to look right now at Amazing. Velocity holding on to the fate of both worlds. It's gonna have the dance off, the damage boost on top of it as Tusi is gonna get enabled. Nobody looking at Techie, who by the way has been farming in FlyQuest. They wipe the point from Sentinels. They can't even get to that first checkpoint.
I mean, insane hold from FlyQuest, really. You have to tip your hat because that was just such an impressive way of constantly answering back. And even with the break at the end, just the quick assessment of, right, we need to get the portal, which I know is default at this point, but being able to actually get through it and still hold, even though Sen had that control. Suddenly, Sentinels now are very close to losing this one unless they can demonstrate an even better hold on the defensive side here. So what are they going to cook up? What have they got? Is the morale even there at this point? Because FlyQuest now are going to be feeling so confident going into it.
Dude, you had Dongman roll out on the penny, make a swap up once they got around that first choke over to the Vanpool, and then, I mean, it's tough. It's tough out here. Sentinels are struggling to breathe air around FlyQuest, and there's just been so much damage output that Tusi has been putting into, together with that, and the Phoenix, then enabling Cart and Techie too. But also the flexibility that Cart has been able to shine as the weeks have progressed, Gaskin, has been on another level. Literally each member of FlyQuest have only gone down once.
This is tough, really, when you're on the side of Sen. because you know how to do it. We've seen it demonstrated before, but now it's going to be a lot on this Penny and a lot on Dongmin here to actually demonstrate how difficult Penny can be to deal with when played correctly. For FlyQuest, that has to be the aim. Eliminate that spider nest immediately, and perhaps it'll be enough to take control.
Now as FlyQuest roll up, Melio sticking over to the Phoenix and Techie to retaliate and creating this space here with these Groot walls. It's Penny over on the other side. Once again, Dogman gonna be sticking onto this side of things after trying to take a flanking angle from right behind FlyQuest when they were originally rolling out on the attack. Right, Amazing now taking to the skies too. On top of this Ultron, and Techie taking a huge chip on that damage. We're seeing that 1v1, and Melio gets marked immediately afterwards by Crimzo.
Good work to begin with. And this is what you've got to do. You've got to be aggressive whilst being defensive at the same time on the side of Sen. As FlyQuest, they're trying to bully their way through at the moment, but they are going to have to be sent back. One goes back to the respawn screen, so they have to reassess how they're trying to shut this one down. And again, a lot of eyes on these spider nests.
May not gotten the finals that we had seen from Melio when he was on the Daredevil originally, but on the Phoenix, absolutely. You talk about all that onslaught of damage overall. Clearing the side of this corner, though, and needing some help, it's going to be Melio together with the Invis of Zelos. They've lost out on Cart, though. That's going to be a big pick. Oasis now going to be able to help out everybody than just getting that pick, and Velocity's going to move the rest of FlyQuest up with the Fate of Both Worlds. A nice freeze onto Techie, strangling Prison right around the corner. Now you get the Endsong Inferno from the other side as Dogman finds Juicy, and it's going to be Yusher just with a quick reset, though. Isn't going to be able to find their mark, but it's just isolating Melio as a threat.
Melio goes down. FlyQuest again are unable to really break out here. So Sen holding strong at the moment, and our ults to work with as well. Dongmin obviously has his, but also Ryan Amazing with the Rage of Ultron there and waiting to try and apply that extra little bit of damage and pressure on the side of Sen. And maybe there's going to be a couple of switch outs from the side of FlyQuest in the moment just to try and find someone who can break out here.
Extermination now, just trying to mark down Techie after he was already won. It forces out the invisible boundary here. Backing away now as Melio also has the Insong Inferno once again, and Dogman gets frozen after utilizing the Penny ult. Strangling Princeton now to follow up the Wombo combo. Susie gets a chunk out of Amazing, and Melio had already used up that Insong Inferno here too. Now you have the Sia, combine that together with the Psionic Vortex, and now you have Crimzo finding Melio. I like this combination in this damage output, and Sentinels hold the defense once again at the choke.
Yeah, this is brilliant from Sentinels. This is exactly what they needed, and time now starting to tick away for FlyQuest, but all it needs really is one break, and then suddenly Sen will be on the ropes once more and have to go for desperation plays, and most likely will need a portal to get right back into it quickly before Fly take that point. There are a couple of ults, but Cart does get taken out, absolutely deleted, and Melio falls as well. So Fly, they're trying different heroes here, trying different ways to take down all of these Sentinel players, but sadly, they have not been able to find the right recipe.
We're talking about the Emma Band 2 that Sentinels put onto FlyQuest, and this is a very similar situation where Techie being on the Groot is just charging up Crimzo's beam for free. Constantly being at 100 is just on another level, especially if you cannot find the threat that is Crimzo. At least coming into this here, Cart now comes in with the Face of the Abyss. It does mark 2 onto Oasis, and Crimzo does not force out the strategy ultimate from Oasis. Great patience and a great stun onto 2C from Dogman.
Well, they are finally gaining control of this car, and they are finally beginning to push. But now here comes the defensive ultimates from Sentinels as well. Sonic Seduction, plus the dance-off will happen in tandem, but it's going to be a counter dance-off. But we will see Yusha able to get the opener as well. Techie goes down, and now they're the extra player in this engagement. And Sentinels might just be able to win this one out, and FlyQuest have to go again.
Hold on now, hold. Maybe seeing a map number 3 on the horizon. You're down less than 17 seconds on the clock, and FlyQuest really only have this invisible boundary to work off of, as well as a strangling prison from Techie.
10 seconds. Gotta push now. Is anyone gonna switch over to a Doctor Strange here? I don't even know if you've got time, so someone's gotta actually force it, and it's not gonna be there. Ooh. Sentinels, oh, finally you get the jump on Cart. Huge jump on the Venom, but now you've gotta show what you can do in this fight. Invisible boundary comes out from FlyQuest. It's a last-ditch attempt to stay alive, as Sen will also pop the Rage of Ultron. Dongmin also starting to drop mines everywhere.
No way! And the mines catch Velocity. Huge first big Velocity now swapping over to the Loki. Just trying to get the God of Mischief even faster. But is it too little, too late? We get the trade-off from both ends. Melio and Right Amazing finding Techie and Flamme. Yusher, though, up in numbers after finding Zelos. No sustain left. No time left. As FlyQuest, they get halted. Even with Velocity being right there on the Loki, there is nothing FlyQuest could do. Sentinels, they hold them back right before that first checkpoint, and they got even more progress, allowing this to go on to map number 3.
Holy Sentinels. What did we just see? on their defensive side. I
Penny.
mean, I know we've seen it on Museum of Contemplation before, right? We've seen these kind of holds. We've seen how difficult it can be to play against Penny, but you would have thought FlyQuest would have been able to find a way to get through, but alas, they could not. And Sentinels, they send us to a map 3 here, Vicky.
Hold on, I'm rubbing my eyes real quick. It's almost like the Sentinels that we saw day 1, week 2, when they faced off against 100 Thieves in a very similar situation on Museum of Contemplation, except that kind of went the distance, Dan. What a crazy second map here. As Sentinels, I'll tie up the series. We'll find out what our map number 3 is looking like on the other side of this break.
Man, this thing is... I didn't think they were gonna win. It's good though. We like competition.
Hey guys, my name is Ryan Central and welcome back to What's the Meta. We're more than halfway through the group stages of Stage 1 across the Ignite globe at this point, and the meta footprint that Devil Dinosaurs left us has settled somewhat, so according to the data, what are the teams discovering? We have to talk about what stayed the same, and the top 2 kings of the meta are still exactly the same. Gambit is pretty much the priority when it comes to a first ban. We don't get to see him. I think we've spoken about him enough, we all know why. And Devil Dinosaur is still number 2. Teams are protecting Devil Dinosaur because everybody else is. The stats sort of line up that if you have Devil Dinosaur and the other team does not, you have a pretty decent win rate. So they're protecting Dino because when one team gets him, that team usually wins because he's so easy to incorporate into a composition. He's very good at shutting down some of the more like brittle duelists that want to be a little bit more divey. And so he's just a great character to sort of put in the middle of the map and honestly just build around. With the damage that he deals, the damage that he blocks, and just the way that he's able to stall and fight on objectives, yeah, Devil Dinosaur is pretty good and one of your mainstay vanguards for the time being. That's all standard. We could see that in the games that we saw last week, but what has actually changed? When it comes to big winners, there's none more so than Rocket Raccoon. He didn't just become more popular, teams discovered just how to win with him with how he plays. Obviously, he's been buffed over the last couple of seasons, is looking really good. The likes of Be Right Back as just an ability are very useful in these like long drawn out team fights where it gets hard to eliminate anybody because you've got the likes of Devil Dinosaur. Get a pick on Devil Dinosaur, or Be Right Back instantly brings him back into the fray. Yeah, it's going to be frustrating. The team up with Star-Lord is obviously very good because Star-Lord got buffed, and the fact that Rocket is very good with his survivability. The fact that a Daredevil or a Black Cat can jump on him, try to eliminate him, and he's able to sneak out goes to show a lot of what the strategists can do to make sure that they don't get picked off when it's important. Resource generation, the Arn Amplifier as an ultimate for just damage boost for everybody is a key thing to win out some of these long drawn out fights where this is pretty far. Like almost...
What the hell am I doing? Why am I watching this dude talk? What's the meta? No, the meta is whatever you want. Play whatever hero you feel like.
starts in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Those who oppose me shall be left to...
Only one team wins this. Try to make it yours.
My kingdom shall rise as swiftly as the seas.
From behind. You'll turn this around.
A shield fit for a king.
You're in the lead now. Try to make it last.
I'm halted. Attack them! Watch out, come through! Not lose. I'm halted.
Shields up!
Succumb to the ocean's might.
Hope I make the cut!
This should I'm halted. Attack them! Wash our foes away! My life force.
This is real firepower!
Oh.
Like the tide, Namor always rises again.
Gotcha!
Protect your king! Wash our foes away!
Gotcha!
This should protect me.
Enemy in our sights.
Do your
Us against the world!
Bring on the chaos! I am ready to put on a show!
denizens of the deep.
A nice deep freeze.
That is much better.
System error.
This is real firepower!
I am ready to put on a show!
How refreshing.
Hope I make the cut!
Bring on the chaos!
I'm halted.
Another epic victory!
They literally
from probably coming up,
talk a
because
lot.
that's kind of how you catch
Also
your
crazy.
opponent slipping as we are moving on to Heart of Heaven.
I thought, okay, so I was going to aim either here or Lower Manhattan. They've gone to both. Lower Manhattan is a little crazy, especially if you feel like you have better ult tracking and mechanics. Like, you probably don't go with that map. Heart of Heaven is the other map that FlyQuest, even going back to preseason, Gaskin, have played well on. And it really leans to the way that this team comp and ultimately the hero pool is for Fly.
Yeah, definitely a advantage dive composition as well. If you can find someone who is comfortable marauding around the map and not worrying about the kind of fog that's going to be there, denying vision from other people, taking advantage of that as well, then you're going to be in a really good spot here. But that being said, Sentinels are also capable of doing that as well. So it's not like this is going to be a tap-in for FlyQuest, but we do get the instant protect onto Phoenix yet again. It's a very clear game plan here for FlyQuest.
Yeah, and this is an interesting map because you're going to see a lot of hero rotation. There's counter picking involved, Vicky, obviously, but the way that point 1 is so different than a lot of the rest of the map. So I do like the front to back that FlyQuest is probably trying to achieve here. A lot of the same going from Sentinels. The Mantis Band right away, though, is just a shutdown. Honestly, a lot of what I would expect them to roll with, and triple strat may be off the table.
Yeah, also, like, I think this is the first time we hear Heart of Heaven. I just heard the music and I was like, man, I haven't heard that one in a long time, especially since we haven't had as many Game 3 situations. The Luna off the table, too, as Sentinels want to try to prioritize that. FlyQuest, though, indicating that Star-Lord is a problem as the Captain America saved comes through from Sentinels after they were expecting FlyQuest to go for the 3 back-to-back Captain America ban.
Who gives a damn about the T-Rex, man? It's like, I love it because all of the, you know, earlier in the day, earlier in the week, in the stage 1, it's so much dino priority. Now it's like neither team are even paying attention to the way that it works, and Cap is such a priority. Now it's like neither team are even paying attention to the way that it works, and Cap is such a big save, I think, here, Gaskin, for Sentinels. I like the pick.
And yeah, they remove Ultron, so neither team going to be banning away Dino, so that either means we get a Dino face-off or just no Dinos at all across the board, because both teams have been able to find a way to play so comfortably without the Dino here. I like removing Ultron, though, because we've seen that Ultron did kind of get added to the mix for FlyQuest, and just making sure that they can't have that little bit of extra spice if they wanted to go for the trip strat.
Yeah, and they're going to be able to have Rocket again. You have to burn down both teams for that Dino immediately. One side having the Star-Lord over it. Obviously, if you look at the hero pool, sometimes you'll have Tuesday go over to that, but I think with the Phoenix safe, that's what they'll lean more on. It's FlyQuest Sentinels. Best of 3, and we find ourselves in by far the must-watch match of the day, maybe the week. Here we go, Gaskin. Vicky, take it away.
Alrighty, Gaskin, our final map in our second series to open up our last week of our group stages. It's been crazy to see how we very rarely have had these Game 3 situations play out, but it means that a lot of these teams are only getting better, and I'm interested to also see how this Ultron ban is going to work out too for Sentinels, because this basically means that they believe here Usher could be able to dip that up Tuesday. I mean, there was a lot of respect over to the Star-Lord that Usher has been able to pull out with, and when you talk about Heart of Heaven, especially when it comes to that first choke, when it comes to going outside the gates, going through the rooftops, it could be really tricky on how to take an off angle around a Star-Lord that knows how to navigate around.
Yeah, I think there's going to be a lot of changes for both teams here going on this first point if things go wrong. FlyQuest, though, going to allow Kart to be playing on that Hulk, which is always very exciting for us and viewers alike, because we know how good he can be on this Hulk and how much pressure he can apply as well. But Sen, can they hold just as well as they did in the previous here, or will FlyQuest be able to break?
Find out here as the bubble's already bursted here. You can see the Hulk jumping right on top, trying to burn out even more of those cooldowns before jumping right down. You sure it's going to be that face-off, though, as Tusi is not even relying on the Phoenix. Actually going to go over to the Elsa. The Fine Ray Amazing out of the sky, forcing out the BRB to already be used this early.
The very early use. Amazing's going to get back up, though, and now you can see it's a little bit of a gathering underneath as everyone's trying to group together to protect one another, but Kart is starting to force them back. As FlyQuest are now on the point, but there is also a little bit of contention as well. Crimzo doing very well with the Captain America to force them back once more, as FlyQuest just have to retreat here. So neither team feeling comfortable in this engagement at the moment.
The way that Kart has just been the raid boss, right? The immediate respect. Ooh, beautiful marking right here, too, on the Van Hammer. Unfortunate for Flamave as he's forced to back away. Some extra pressures, and they're going to be able to just stay grouped up together inside this side room. And now you're trying to get the stun. It gets blocked off by the White Fox shield. But look at this pressure that FlyQuest is standing on business. As Sentinels are forced to play in the back line, forcing Crimson to come right back over on the Captain America. The Sia now from Flamay. But now with that stun, after Crimson is forced to come back from the BRB, there is nobody left from Sentinels to contest on the point.
Yeah, a valiant attempt to jump on his cap, but instantly deleted as soon as you had. And now FlyQuest where they struggled to break through on Museum of Contemplation. They do manage to break through the first point here and at least get that convoy now on its way to get point 1, as Tuzi is going to have Glass Rocks available. Velocity also going to be able to work in tandem with a lot of the damage output from Melio. Maybe they'll save that for the Galactic Legend as well once they drop that one. But Sen, plenty to do on their defensive side, as Amazing again is going to have a lot of work to do here on this Ultra.
I still have as they find and isolate Car. Oh my goodness, I just witnessed a crime right now. And you have the Glortras coming in together as the Wombo combo from Velocity and the Sia Tusi enabled, finding a lot of this extra damage. The extermination was also forced out from Amazing rather, to get everybody up alive and healthy. And you have the Kumio Unleashed now from Sentinels. Crimson could also solve for a very long time from that Freedom Charge that boosts up everybody's ultimate charge too.
And you're also just going to see the advantage of having the Phoenix here for Yusha in terms of that focus. Now you will see the Ensong Inferno come out and try and target, but Galactic Legend at the same time gets popped here for FlyQuest. But can they actually convert into any damage at all? And maybe some KOs that are going to go in their favor, but it looks like the answer is going to be no there. So well held by Sentinels.
The Ultimate's being a little staggered here too, using the Ensong Inferno for a reset to try to max out a Velocity, who will have a Sia very shortly. Crimzo finding Zelos. Nice little hold here, but they've lost out on 2. Amazing, making the swap off of Ultron because it's not working out when you're on the receiving end of that damage between Melio and 2C.
2C is so fun to watch on the Elsa, by the way. It's great to see Elsa still being used here in this meta, thinking that maybe you wouldn't see as much of her. But of course, with Phoenix getting banned, it does just open up a little bit of a different style of poke available to you. And they are still pushing the turtle at the moment. They're still making it work. Here are FlyQuest, and they are getting closer to that next Glatrox available for them as well.
That's straight confidence, right? Even having that available here, being on the Elsa, Cart finding another victim. Cart on this map, especially on Hulk, it's so scary. Look at this, burning down the Sia immediately right afterwards, but it still allows time for Sentinels to follow up. Flambe getting away with having that active. Awaits is very close to that Camille Unleashed, but Cart finds another victim. Amazing has barely been able to play very much, and now he is close to letting the Devil out after making that swap over to the Daredevil and finding Zelos coming back from the BRB.
This is what I was talking about on this map as well. If you can play someone who can dive, you can take full advantage of the map to your advantage. And Amazing has done just that at the moment on the Daredevil, but you will see now FlyQuest switch on over. It's the Ensong Inferno as Dongmin gets removed, as Tuzi is able to at least get the final hit onto that one. For Amazing again, getting up and behind FlyQuest here with Let the Devil Out.
Someone look at Tusi. He's just harassing everyone in the back line. This is actually insane. You talk about watching Tusi overall and how fun it's been to see him on the Elsa, but nobody from Sentinels is even looking in his direction. No front row seats. Instead, it is going to be Yucha who does find Melio, but it's a great stall. They had the number advantage, forcing FlyQuest to back away because Melio is close to that Galactic Legend.
FlyQuest are playing this patiently, though. They're waiting until everyone's grouped. This is good. You don't want to just force in and stagger everyone and allow Sen to just slowly pick you off. Instead, they've grouped, and now they will start to finally press a little bit onto the turtle. And it's going to be Crimzo, though, who opens us up with Freedom Charge here just to create all that space for Sen. And it just allows Yusha to apply that pressure, but Melio has now switched over to the Daredevil as well. This is what I wanted. Dive versus dive. Give me 2 players who are so comfortable. But the Ensong Inferno does get one onto Zelos, and Sen are winning this one out right now.
But their backline got destroyed between Melio and Car, and right now, even though Yusha is finding the heads over onto Tusi, Dogman's creating this space, staying alive. Also has that ban hammer here. It's going to be the 1v1 between Vampool and Vampool action. It makes you think what season we're actually on, and Vampool is still getting a lot more of that gameplay and trying to create that space with these bubbles too. Velocity is very close to that Sia, and Dogman Oasis could also get the follow-up as Oasis to get the reset with the Itch Shot.
Yeah, Elsa plus Vanpool. It does feel like we travel back in time a little bit as Itch Jeff does come out in the end. As FlyQuest now going to try and respond with potentially Let the Devil Out, and there it is. Melio is going to have it available. Jeff gets absolutely deleted off the maps, and that's going to allow now the opener for FlyQuest to just rain on through and do so much damage here to Sen, and maybe just push this one over to the point, and they will do so. So FlyQuest able to get that second, and Sen have to fall back despite a valiant effort.
Oasis and Flamme are trying so hard to stay alive, and it is just Cart and Melio harassing them, and right when they try to get out of their line of sight, guess who's right there in an open line of sight is going to be Tusi, who's been taking these cheeky off angles and has the Glartrox ready.
Is there going to be any switch up again, though, here from Sen is going to be my question. Amazing again, going to try and use that Let the Devil Out, see if he can do some damage on the back line, but FlyQuest have been defending very well, and with Zealous on White Fox, of course, have just had so much answer to the dive potential from Sen, but a lot of it has come down to Cart on that Hulk, yet again with the pressure that he applies.
Playing a different game, I just have to reiterate. Cart using the World Breaker, trying to back away. They shut them down immediately afterwards, turn him into the Bruce Banner form, but it forced outright Amazing to let the devil out. He finds Cart in the process, only finding that one, and FlyQuest are so quick to try to kite away. I mean, they have to after losing out on Melio.
Yeah, they have to, otherwise they're just going to allow Sen to really step up and force them back once more and just keep them at bay. But with only 1 minute left, FlyQuest need an answer. They've already got it pretty far, but of course they will want the full 3 to try and apply all of that pressure to Sen as well. Freedom Charge is going to be available, and again, we might see Freedom Charge into Ensong Inferno as a wombo combo to create that pressure, get the damage, but it's the Glartrox which is the first opener.
The Glartrox is so hungry, I wouldn't even want to play Dino into this too, right? You'd be in the line of sight and easy pickings as they assemble the troops with the Freedom Charge. It's going to be retaliated with Zelos having that Kumio unleashed. Now Cart does find Yusher. Now we have Cart making the adjustments after swapping off the Hulk. Did enough of that spacing here and wants to stop for as long as possible because time is of the essence for FlyQuest. They're down 20 seconds in climbing here to get to the 3rd checkpoint.
Yeah, they're down on ult economy as well, and you're going to see it right here, right now from Sen as they're going to be the first ones to pop a very quick deletion of it. Yeah, yes, it came out, but it wasn't necessarily going to be enough, and now you see the counter on the side of FlyQuest with one of their own, and they are still pushing this one, and with 2 players down from Sen, FlyQuest started to take advantage.
No, Melio is just running it down right now, holding onto the spawn room gates right alongside Cart, who is diving alongside him here. We need bodies, though, on the point for Sentinel. They contest. It's going to be Dogman, but he gets fried. It's going to be alongside Techie and Tusi, who deal a lot of that damage. Yusher with the reset, Ensong Inferno, just to desperately keep this going and do all the extra damage, but nobody has stopped Melio, who has taken every head out of Sentinels and now has letting the devil out until this very moment. Dogman shutting him down. That's 2 members off the table as now FlyQuest are trying to secure this point.
Yeah, Dogman's done massively. Absolute words going in favor as well for Sen because they are just doing everything they can to stay alive. Maybe there's a portal, maybe if you could just sustain for 1 second, but not quite. It was almost there. They were desperately trying to, but FlyQuest cannot quite get that 3rd point here, Vic, but they do get it bloody far indeed, and it's going to be hard work for Sen to try and match that.
Oh my gosh, the way that cap got put in the microwave, by the way. The Charm getting a quick little double right there, too, for Sentinels. Sheesh. All right, that was very, very difficult here, too. But the adjustments came through. Amazing is trying to help out the backline while also trying to gut the 3-2-1 dive together with Crimzo. It's been a difficult time here, but the adjustments that we have currently seen from FlyQuest, they were trying to at least close in that gap. Melio was popping off, but they did lose out. I believe it was Velocity very early on, and then they made that adjustment to getting the portal play just a little too late.
Dogman, though, on the ban pool, like, hats off. Because without that, it was 3. He was quick to dash onto the point, making sure you switch into from guns to those blades as well, so you get that little bit of an extra dash. So they were there, he then placed up, and now we're going to see the switch over potentially to a Penny as well to try and help out Sen. But we'll see if that actually sticks. Because it certainly was a really good push from FlyQuest, right? But now defensively, can they match that?
A lot of that, too, was time wasted away from FlyQuest originally on when they were on the attack versus Sentinels, who were trickling in, trying to waste more time away before that 2nd checkpoint here. Benefited them to make the adjustments and to work into that old economy. And Dogman, are we going to be seeing rolling out? All right.
I was going to say, on attack, it just wouldn't make sense, right? I mean,
no. I was going to say, we didn't get the penny before. It's true.
But
especially if you get cheeky, too, with it in the fog as well. But now you're able to hold on to this rooftop here, Gaskin, over for FlyQuest, with Melio still sticking to the Daredevil.
And the rooftop battle is where we engage once more as well, and good positioning as well from Velocity at the moment, just going to be able to support so much with the heals from that kind of angle, just bouncing them off the roof over and over again. But Tuzi gets the opener onto Flamme. So Sen maybe will have to back out of this fight unless anyone can convert with one of their own, because they're going to be at the numbers disadvantage.
So much on the line here just for this attack alone. Very winnable still for FlyQuest here. Techie already having that Manhammer. Cart looking to dive in together with a 3-2-1 alongside Melio before backing away. I love the peels that we're seeing. The Charm forcing them to just back away here, but they're just trying to force Sentinel to take a roundabout position.
So hard to keep tabs on what to do with the brawlers. So you will see the quick deletion of the BRB as well. Very important to do that. Otherwise, it could have got ugly as Melio is going to find the first. Tuzi follows with one of his own. And now with Dogman falling, Sen will lose this engagement, have to back off, and more time goes in favor of FlyQuest. It's a fantastic hold to kick us off here. And a lot of it is 2Z from high ground at the moment on Star-Lord is just being a thorn in the side of Sen. They are struggling to get him off of it.
Amazing quickly got off that Ultron too. Goes right back over to the Daredevil. I do not envy the strategist backline of Sentinels. It's difficult. Even your BRB getting marked down by 2C, who's hanging out on the rooftops. Are amazing now, trying to dive in, forcing out more utility before getting right back to their strategist. Sees the Captain America, gets the marking just to help peel to keep them alive. And Yusha does have the Endsong Inferno to deal with that velocity once Asia's out.
Yeah, Yusha was just trying to create a little bit of poke so that Amazing could find that KO onto those who were on the high ground at the moment, but FlyQuest have so much ult to work with. It's going to be the Galactic Legend that is going to be popped alongside Rocket, and it will just allow them to get the first couple in their favor. But with that being said, Invisible Boundary now comes out as a response from Sen.
But it was just a shy late from helping out Yusha, unfortunately going down, and also didn't have the opportunity to use the Endsong Inferno from how cheeky of an angle that Sia was, too, and having to get through that choke. Oasis, are you them? And no, Melio finds the pick off of the strategist on his Sentinels, only leaving Flamme alive.
And Sen, it's time starting to tick away for them, but the ult economy is fantastic. They have so much to work with now. Only the one defensive ult for FlyQuest. They do have Freedom Charge as well, though, that they can use. So it's not like they're going to be out of options here in this next engagement, but Sen certainly have more to work with on their side. And it feels like if it's going to be any time, it has to be here, Vicky.
Good amount of damage here from Yusha, but once again, the sustain is there for FlyQuest. You start things off with the Sia, and you're gonna let the devil out if you're Amazing. Again, these swaps really helping them out, and it marks out Melio, but the PRB brings them right back. All that hard work as Cart assembles the troops and gets the Freedom Charge. They're slowly making their way over to the point, though. The Endsong Inferno slamming over to the side of the rooftop, and now finding Zealous, though, still gonna be able to have that Kumio unleashed until now. Gets the reset here, and Sentinels are still up in numbers to get this point moving.
Yeah, it had to be now, and it looks like it is going to be now. They find 2, make it 3, and FlyQuest probably just going to be dropping off. They're trying to stall a little bit, maybe trying to stall for a Strange Portal, but I think it's a bit of a stretch. No, they just about get the Strange Portal, but is it going to be enough when you are at such a numbers disadvantage? The answer is no, as we will finally see Sen convert it and get their chance to continue in this game, and most importantly, Vicky, in this series. Otherwise, again, it gets a little bit shaky going into Sunday if they lose here to FlyQuest. And FlyQuest, though, on the other side, they did well defensively going into that first point. Now they need to find a similar strategy here, and certainly with Melio playing this way alongside Cart, they're going to make this a living hell for Sentinels.
Both teams literally playing for their playoff lives right now. They want some room of comfort, and Flamme brings back Amazing. Now Dogman slowly but surely creating that space, forces out the teleport from the white box, destroys that BRB while he was at it. And Zelos is just looking at a whole different game. Dogman giving him whiplash before backing away, and it's also allowing Yusha to have more space to play with. They lose out on Dogman after overextending just a little bit from the other side.
There's a Endsong Inferno to use as a get out of jail free card if you need it, even if it's not going to convert into a KO. It might just keep you alive and allow you to stay in that fight a little bit longer, as Amazing and Melio are going toe-to-toe at the moment on the Daredevils. But who's actually going to be able to win that out, and who's going to be able to get a little bit of support? It's 2Z in the end who pops the Galactic Legend.
Although you have the Endsong Inferno to finally enter back against Sia, and 2Z gets marked down by Amazing. Great patience and calms coming out from Sentinels right there, actually. And following up between Yusha and now Amazing can let the devil out, but it's going to be matched, as you already mentioned, between Melio as Amazing and Dogman find 2 more out of FlyQuest.
We are very much amidst a brawl meta, and it is very messy to try and keep up with for some of these players. If you are not on your toes and you are not quick to react, you can get deleted by a team that quickly punishes you as they get behind. And now, Sentinels, they will have Amazing to have the Let Devil out, and maybe with the Sia, they can actually do some real damage here. And Crimson has Freedom Charge, so actually this is going to be the perfect chance as both sides the Daredevils pop.
Let the devil out here, the Sia to give him the extra damage boost, and it is a wipe clean as Amazing waking up, going crazy here to clear this point. They need the extra space. They're down a minute, less than 3 seconds on this attack, and they need to be able to keep harassing them. You see the 1-2 between Crimson, and you already mentioned that Freedom Charge to boost them all up and for the stall potential.
The important thing to remember here is FlyQuest did that first point a lot quicker than Sen did. So Sen are going to have less time to try and work with towards second and third point at the moment. But FlyQuest, they will get one chance to reset here. And, you know, the problem is, are they going to get this Strange back in time if they need it for that portal? Of course, the 140-second reset after they used it on that first point, as now you will see Freedom Charge coming out from Sen.
That is such a good point here, too. Is it going to be burned down off of the pool here? But a great install here. Now just trying to keep everybody alive. Sentinels dealing a huge chunk of this damage, though. Clearing the point is going to be FlyQuest with a Kumi Unleashed together with Zelos. And Techie also has that Banhammer. Just trying to find the isolation if they can mark down Amazing. And Usher is going to get the reset off the Ensong Inferno. Crimzo harassing Velocity. Everybody look behind. Now Tusi's forced to back away as the only player alive. And Cart, too. And now the rest of FlyQuest are in shambles as Sentinels get the second checkpoint here.
Yep, they're going to be able to convert it. There's not going to be any sort of shenanigans with Strange, but maybe there can be a Strange portal used a little bit later because of that. But that being said, when you get to that last point anyway, it's not really going to matter too much. It's about diving on and jumping in. As FlyQuest, they allow that second point to come through, but now they have 1 minute and 15 on the clock to try and defend here. Sen are not going to have much opportunities to try and break through, so they need to be winning these engagements, and losing out on Amazing is not the way you want to start.
This is so close. Oh my goodness. Sitting on the edge of my seat right now, Gaskin, as everything is on the line in the next 60 seconds. Can we unleash now for Oasis just to help them follow up? Amazing gets the next pick, but the Glocktrox is feasting. It finds, it looks like 2 right there. Crimzo manages to make their way back, but Oasis is telling a different story, but it's fine. Crimzo comes, follows up onto Amazing, and Tusi's forced to back away.
I mean, it's Crimzo Amazing against Melio at the moment, and it's just a battle that is very difficult to win because Melio was on his own. Cart was down, but Cart working with Melio, going to try and do the same thing on the other side, but now Cart switching over to Hulk here for FlyQuest is all they have to do really now. With 25 seconds left, FlyQuest need to win 1 fight, and it should be enough to win this game, win this series, and also push them closer towards playoffs, of course. As for Sen, though, they have tools in their arsenal. Amazing's going to start us off.
Playoff lives on the line here. A completely different look of Amazing, who was 12-8 after that last round, and now Melio too was 18-6, and now changing things up as Crimzo follows up with the BRB, bringing 1 back here as Tusi's coming into the mix. Velocity still has that Sia. Overtime forced to be activated. Dolphin has a Banhammer. Let the devil out. Can they help up the strategist though? As Melio finds 1 onto the white box. A BRB coming in clutch.
Yeah, and actually you're going to see as well the Banhammer onto Melio just made him back off a little bit, but now you can see Yusha is going to be able to pop and will pop, and it takes down Zelos, and suddenly Sen are able to get the upper hand against FlyQuest at the moment, but FlyQuest off spawn need to throw everything at this.
Oh my gosh, overtime now ticking away. FlyQuest are down in numbers. Cart is doing everything to stay alive. They all need to look at him without giving too much space for the rest of FlyQuest to trickle in.
Crimzo's gone down. That could be huge for FlyQuest as well. And the grab is going to be big on the side of Sen, but not going to really help them in this situation because FlyQuest have been able to find 1, 2, 3, and they hold here to win the series and make this thing very interesting going into Sunday.
No way, FlyQuest! They do it! They wipe the points in a very intense final fight. Sentinels were building up momentum, and it was all for naught as FlyQuest have turned things up in their favor. What a series to open up our first day here in our final week here. But Cozy, I want to get your thoughts because that was actually on another level.
Oh my god. Oh my god, so they played perfect, right? Like the fact that they were able to, well, they had to play perfect with the time banked allowed after that .1, and they continued to get to that next checkpoint. They were meters off, and as you said, that pick on Crimzo just shut down the rest of the sustain on the overtime. I can't believe it. Sentinels, no matter win or lose, make it interesting. And FlyQuest, talk about a bumpy start and takeoff, Gaskin. And then just no turbulence. It's smooth riding from there. They have officially put this group in, chaos.
Absolute chaos. I mean, if you try and predict what's going to happen on Sunday, you'd be a madman. But what it does put is FlyQuest in such an advantageous position now because they go into their last match against Nightmare.
Yeah.
And while stats would suggest, Nightmare are 0-4, not saying it's done and dusted, but certainly is a far better position to be in than if they had lost this one, right?
Yeah, I mean, that is obviously, we don't want to call a spade, but having Nightmare as the last match just leans a lot of favor into getting you to punch your ticket. And Sentinels had everything set up for them. If you're Sentinel fans, I mean, you're just heartbroken at this moment now because you are up for an elimination match potentially, or even more into a crazy tiebreaker where maps matter, right? And if you look at maps, NRG, they're losing their minds because they still have a chance in this whole thing now. So it's crazy how things have shaken out, and it's proven to be a lot like preseason, Vic. I don't even know what to make sense of some of the chaos we watched, Vic. What was your biggest takeaway?
My biggest takeaway is somebody give 2C a raise, because that Glar truck, dude, it was insane. I mean, aside from Cart going absolutely wild on the Hulk and splitting up attention from the team, what happens if you look behind you? You're looking at the Hulk to make sure your strategists stay alive, but then guess what? You're met with a front-facing Glar truck to take out 3, take out half the team from Sentinels to add. That was insane, but also, like you mentioned, trying to play perfectly is very difficult, especially when the spawn room baits are right there and FlyQuest capitalized.
I mean, who could say it better than Loki on the Avengers? I have an army, and what does Tony say? We have a Hulk, and that is, we have a Cart. I swear to God, I mean, it's exactly that. You called it perfectly, because you were like, oh, hold on, Cart switches to Hulk. And just like that, I mean, everybody knew what was going to happen from there on out. Tuesday, though, has continued to be such this source of consistency handling the assignment. And it was crazy because the big heavy hitters from both sides, Gaskin, Crimso, Amazing at one point was just playing like a live-die simulator. I mean, it was crazy. They were all throwing everything they had at it, and that just shows how much they each want it. Both these teams can find themselves in the playoffs, but a bit harder now for Sin.
There was just so many fights happening on different sides of the map. It felt like there was 3 different engagements that were happening. The strategists were just trying to keep up those vanguards that were having an insane battle, whilst the duelists were almost fighting themselves at the same time. Very difficult to keep up with, and as you say, it's very brave to make the call of, all right, we're losing the Cap versus Cap and the Daredevil versus Daredevil here. How do we win it? Cart, here's your opportunity. Show us why you are one of the best Hulks in the world, if not the best Hulk in the world, right? And he did just that. He has now put FlyQuest just in touching distance of playoffs, if not there already. So it is just an amazing situation for them. I'm sure they're delighted to get that win.
Oh yeah, I think Cart gets my MVP personally. I mean, that just the picture as a whole, right? To come in here and to be able to, you take a look at it all. Like, I can't wait to interview them, because you're looking at a lot of these players, right? We go back to the interview with Velocity, who said that they were going to start trialing for strategists in RG, right? And look where the hell that.
Damn, it's gonna take a while. Oh yeah, I was gonna try this thing. Okay, this is for each point. 2. On 55. Was that I think it is.
Dracula wishes to reclaim my city. You call yourselves New York's guardians. Now is the time to prove it.
The God of Thunder will
gear up. These enemies won't quit, but neither will you, it seems. Such remarkable power. I hope you put it to good use for once. Those monsters look hungry. Time to see if you're the hero you say. Congratulations on surviving another round.
I think we might
Let's
have it.
hope your luck continues to hold. A hero at their peak. I hate to admit it, but I'm impressed. Another way hip hop. Slow down. Let's hope your luck continues to hold. Such remarkable power. I hope you put it to good use. I knew you wouldn't give up easily, but now it's time to see if you're truly worthy. If I can't break your bones, I'll bend your will instead. I am the law. Unlimited power! Slow down! You can't escape justice! Release me! Another less than noble sacrifice. Unlimited power! Enjoy truly make them everything.
Damn. I didn't think we had it. Especially 155, 5 minutes. Wow. They probably have some good gear. Let me see. A 21 and 21, and this one got half and half. We are back.
Such a crucial part of sports, esports, gaming in general. I see all the time people that are more talented lose because of that, because they don't have the mental and pressure, situations. But y'all, we said it was the match today. It lived up to it without question. But we still have one more, and there could be upset potential as another team has so much to play for. And there's a lot of great things to break down. We're going to see you on the other side of this break as we reset, reload. We'll be right back.
Liquid Gaming Setup. Okay, now I'm gonna try the other one. Okay, which one is Stone Surge? Yeah, the Stone Surge one. The Storm Surge. Surprise striking hands. Hey, they don't have any healing though. So. Yeah, this one. I need that healing.
Dracula wishes to reclaim my city. You call yourselves New York's guardians. Now is the time to prove it.
The God of Thunder will purge this undead plague.
Gear up. These enemies won't creatures of the nut to neither will you, it seems. Fascinating. Now who's the real monster? Those monsters look hungry.
I need to switch the damage.
Another wave incoming.
You.
Take a moment and enjoy the peace. It won't last for long. Such remarkable power. I hope you put it to good use for once. Vacation's over. Back to work. Curse me, vile creature!
Oh damn, they did get me, huh? It's too small, that's what it is.
starting. Now, who's the real monster?
Curse these vile creatures!
Neither will you, it seems. Such remarkable power.
Damn, we are cool.
I hope you put it to good use for once.
Damn, stupid Dracula.
You are nothing compared to me. Sealed in blood. These vigilantes never Enough! My power grows. My blood-forged sword will deliver your doom. Crimson Tempest. You will not prevail. So swears vigilantes. I'll have to handle this myself.
Dracula sucks. He's the worst, man. It doesn't matter what you do, you die regardless. Oh, damn.
The rest of TLC are farming the point as they clear out Space Station in a 152 takeover before going into round number 2.
Yeah, I really want to go back to that interesting decision on the God of Mischief. Like, it felt unnecessary from SSG. I don't know if it was a miscommunication on their side, whether they felt that TLC were going to get back into that engagement somehow. But either way, it allowed TLC just to get the ult economy back in their favor, knowing that they weren't going to go up against any strategist ults in the next one. And really, they were able to just run over them once they had built up then of their own. Zanji did have ult, but sadly is not going to be enough on its own with all of the pressure that TLC was dealing. Now TLC find themselves with the first round here on Domination.
And the quick swap up too. If Speedery continues to roll out the gates with this Black Cat after originally being on the Ultron, look how close he is to the calling card. Cooper has not gone down a single time. Then you're dealing with that and having the Loki Mantis strategist to help keep the rest of these teams alive. It's just going to be very difficult to work with if you're going to be getting dove at the same time.
3, 2, 1.
It's whether SSG have a backup plan here, because they have tried something a little bit different and it hasn't necessarily worked out here in this one. And maybe they would have learned their lesson, but saying that, at least it's going to change up the point that we're going to be fighting for, and perhaps their composition will do a little bit better. But again, with what Polly's been able to do on the Captain America alongside Vess, they have just been able to bully SSG over and over again, and with energy just creating just so much of a gap between themselves and the back line has just done so much damage as well from a distance, and they haven't been able to really take him out.
Going up.
Also to note here, let's not forget that White Fox is banned for Space Station, so you're not going to really have a strategist to help you reset. And no cheeky composition from Noteboy, which, by the way, another penny on the table as Space Station are cleared up, as well as those nests in a quick Ensong Inferno.
And a quick swap off of the penny as well. You try it, doesn't work, and sadly, yeah, you're not going to be able to retake as comfortably on the penny. You have to really take that first point to really get her very best in your favor. And for TLC now, they once more will hold. They'll be able to now get aggressive again. They do have the ult economy advantage, even though SSG are very close to building. Necroi's close to that psionic seduction as well. Again, Zanji just needs to try and take out these strategists early, but they've done very well at defending one another.
The Black Cat versus Black Cat, though, matchup real quick before you see Polly also trying to dive in to follow up alongside Speedery, but taking a huge chunk of that damage does force out Renko to bring everybody together with that Mantis ultimate. Nectar very close to the Ensong Inferno. Speedery probably about to find the next victim. Has a calling card ready. Sonic Seduction is going to be used first, which is going to be a great green light for Speedery once this is done. The lamps are also forced out early on, and Mutt does have that God of Mischief, and he doesn't even have the opportunity to press a button before the calling card comes in, as well as a dive between Polly and Energy.
It's the speed of which TLC finish engagements. When they know they have the advantage and they have the upper hand, they execute so successfully. You can tell the communication is on point. They have that game plan, and they delete other teams as soon as they have that extra single player. And they're utilizing these ultimates so good together as well. They still have the ult economy advantage. SSG now with, what, maybe one last push here to try and break. Otherwise, we're going to go for a very quick 2-0.
Month has that God of Mischief, and they don't want it to be that quick. They needed to try to shift a lot of this momentum back in their favor, and that's how you do it. With Shanji being able to swap over to the Daredevil and finding Polly. Speedery, though, finding Renko's even bigger, because once Month is done, it's just a matter of time before the dive comes in, slamming right on top of their head here. Month is off. Now Space Station have no sustain. Overtime taken away in favor for Team Liquid Citadel. Sure, you have the End Song Inferno from Nectar, but they have to stay on this point, and right now, Energy is farming them.
Just absolutely deleting them. Is there going to be a swap over to a Strange? I'm not even sure you're going to have time to do so. So TLC are just walking over this one. SSG nowhere to be seen. It is a very quick 2-0 statement for the side of Team Liquid Citadel. They continue to be undefeated. They are now 7-0 on maps throughout this stage 1, Vicky, and they don't look like they're slowing down anytime soon.
I wouldn't want to be any of the strategists from Space Agent 2. I mean, I just don't think the Mantis and Loki, once those lamps are out, I mean, you have such little to no sustain. Then you have to also deal with an End Song Inferno, and you try to pull it out with Penny, and then gets that deleted. The lamps get deleted while they were alongside it, and Renko's getting picked off a little early in that second to last fight. Team Liquid Citadel, they're sitting in the driver's seat, once again, holding on to that perfect record, and Celestial Husk is in their pocket. We're going to figure out what our map number 2 is looking like on the other side of this break. Don't go anywhere.
I am the Phoenix.
Damn, I want to hit
Those
somebody
who
with
oppose
a
me
whale.
shall be left to drown in my wake.
The battle starts in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Only one team wins this. Try to make it yours.
I am the ocean's avenging sun.
Lead now.
You will get
Try to make it last.
How refreshing! Cleanse this place! Attack them!
Bob, they're beautiful, baby!
Namor does not lose. Attack them! The moon haunts you! I will not be stopped so easily. Like the tide, Namor always rises again. Denizens of the deep. Cleanse this place. Merci. Attack them!
There's a Lord icon!
That is much better. The moon haunts you!
Try to make it last.
I'll take all the healing I can get. I will not be stopped
I am
so
ready to
easily.
put on a show.
Bob, they're beautiful, baby!
Born again! Oceans, protect me!
Bring on the chaos.
Cleanse this place! Consider yourself gone.
You get away with it! You get away!
Protect your key!
This is real firepower!
Wash our foes away! The moon haunts you! You never had a chance. Denizens of the deep! This should help me recover. They got my number. Protect your queen! The moon haunts you!
Beautiful, baby!
What are you aiming at? Protect your king! I summon the seas! Like the tide, Namor always rises again.
Hey, Teeny!
This should
Enjoy the
protect me.
amplifier!
You never had a chance. Protect your king!
We shall not be your targets any longer.
It's clobbering time!
I am ready to put on a show!
Denizens of the deep.
Your team is close to winning!
The moon haunts you!
30 seconds!
Born again! Brings us with victory!
Another epic victory!
Damn it.
Is this about to be sponsored by the map again?
Quite possibly, but I'd like to think that SSG maybe will try and throw a curveball here just as a last-ditch attempt to do anything against TLC. I wonder if they should build around Nectar a little bit more because, you know, even though Nectar is on Phoenix and is always going to have a good time, we're so neutralized because they almost built around the Black Cat instead, which doesn't allow necessarily Nectar to have as much freedom. So, I don't know, maybe you build some sort of, like, poke damage comp that you try and compete, but then you're competing against some of the best in the world at it. It does feel like wherever you go, you're damned if you do, you're damned if you don't, you know?
It kind of felt like this team, funny enough, like if you look at patches and balance patches and how it affects teams, the Mantis hit from the 4% down on the damage kind of affected this team a lot. They would often do the Mantis into the Psylocke, and Psylocke being one of those that benefited really well off that Mantis bump up, and they don't have that option anymore, right? So taking a look at the map, what they do is just less, I guess. Take a look at the map. We're going to be going to, okay. So you said to shake it up. We've got ourselves Convergence this time around. I like it. It's something that's not just the old Museum of Contemplation. But, you know, if you look at it, Central Park does have a lot of interesting opportunities. We haven't had a lot of it here in America. But if you look at, I mean, even things like Black Cat and the portal opening up some really kind of cheeky options for point one. It's a fun one.
It is, and I was also wondering, like, maybe we would have seen Midtown, because I believe that was Space Station's pick against Equinox when they had lost out on Celestial Husk originally, but now taking a trip into a different scenery as we stroll around Central Park, Cozy, it also makes you wonder, all right, well, have they been able to figure out and deal with the dive opposition that's just been harassing that backline, right? Because then you also take a look at the pick and ban phase and what could have been baited out, too, if they wanted to try to use the rocket. Well, that's off the table here, and then they expect that from TLC, and then they get rolled out with the Ultron as well as a triple strategist. Cooper, you mentioned, is like a raid boss, right? Like, not going down a single time in that entire domination is a problem here. So you take off the gambits off the table, the protect once again on rocket for Team Liquid Citadel to not even utilize that here, but we'll be able to probably use it on a map like this as they also take out the Luna Snow. And that's also with the Phoenix that could deal with the Sia if TLC want to roll out with this.
Yeah, I'm curious to see if we get any anti-dive stuff banned out, too, on the way they want to go about it. The Daredevil ban certainly says Black Cat's where they're going, in my opinion. At least that's where I think they might go. Speeder, obviously, shutting that down is important. I would say this is a decent Black Cat map. Obviously, just the value, you know, she brings with the relics get that much more, Gaskin, as it's going to be White Fox protected there, and that's going to be answering to what happened in the first map ban.
Like you said, yeah, a little bit of anti-dive coming through, and then TLC will ban out Devil Dino. You know what that does mean? There could be potential Penny Parker shenanigans as well. You never know on this map. Penny can certainly do some damage on that defensive side. Not saying either of these teams would pull it out. Maybe we would have seen Sentinels do it if they were in this situation. But they do have one more ban, SSG, so we'll see what they go with. As for TLC, their protect situation here, I mean, there's a few there's a few heroes they could go with. And it's gonna, yeah, okay. White Fox makes sense because I was thinking about Galactic Legend being such an important ultimate as well, but in the end, they don't even need it. Oh, there we go. Okay.
I was going to say, if it wasn't White Fox, it was going to be Star-Lord there as the last ban, most likely, just to shut down that. And especially with that rocket save, something you just have to do because it just makes you, we just talked about it, you have to play perfect, and those small mistakes can happen that much more when Star-Lord is there with the rocket, especially with that team up that is continually just slept on. That thing is disgusting, that teleport. oftentimes. But we find ourselves in Central Park, y'all. Definitely going to be a fun one. Y'all bringing in a cast that should absolutely paint some cinema, or it's going to be a quick way to end the evening. Either way, about to find out, and we head underway right now. Space Station Gaming, Team Liquid Citadel. Will we get an upset? Maybe. We'll find out now. Vicky, Gaskin, take it away.
Or will it be a speed run? That's up to TLC to decide, and Space Station to hold their ground, because Gaskin right now, seeing those white box protects only can mean one thing in my head, and is probably going to see a lot of Black Cat. You want to be able to help off the opposition of the Black Cat being able to get any sort of value off of this backline, but guess what? You also allow Cooper to get Loki on a map like this on Central Park. You have a lot more of that verticality, especially on this first point, to get cheeky with those clones.
There's your Penny Parker, everyone. Call me crazy, but there she is. And it is the perfect map for it. We've seen how detrimental Penny Parker can be to go up against on this map. If you can protect that spider nest, it feels like it's impossible to take this first point. But if anyone can break, it's probably going to be TLC. I think you're going to learn a lot of how to destroy spider nests in this game. So we'll have to see how TLC try and approach this one.
Being on the defense makes a lot more sense here if Milk Boy wants to try to rely on this. You get a little bit of the speed boost, a bit of that armor too, and rolling out of the gates is going to be Cooper on that rocket. So combine that together with Speedery already being on the Black Cat, as well as Energy being on the Bucky. Pauly is prowling about. The cap may not be banned, but he's got another threat in his pocket as he's already trying to dive onto Renko.
If you shall, do you get rid of the nest is going to be the real question. Is Speedery is also going to have that target as well, and look at how TLC are working together just to try and collapse around SSG at the moment and try and see if they can isolate anyone. Can you actually get the pick though? Nero in the end does take down Month, and suddenly SSG have lost both of their backline.
And a good retaliation right there, too. You saw him immediately look at Speedery, but guess what? Everybody left from Space Station got deleted the moment that dive happened from Speedery. The rest of TLC get to walk up for free, take up this real estate, procking the portal play now from Month as he was the first to go down. They come in to recontest.
Yep, they get the portal. Or does anyone go through it? Is anyone brave enough? Yes, okay, finally they do jump through and they can take the fight, but Veswa on the Groot is just going to be able to create so much space for the team and also gets the KO onto one as TLC look to try and lock down this first point somewhat comfortably, even going into that Penny. Of course, the switch off from Milk Boy now moves over to Jeff, but won't matter. First point is gathered and they will gain control of the convoy.
I look so sad looking at Jeff on the floor like that, but it's not sad for Speedery, who's farming them and eating his lunch here onto finding that 1v1 versus Shanji 2. That's 2 in the pocket, and also a lot of space. Look at this, the communication from TLC as Vest moves up, puts down these group walls, just so that way you can create a little bit of a staircase here to help mix match their positioning, but they're about to dive on the opposition with Necrise also splitting their focus on being on the low ground.
I wonder if this is going to be one of those situations where it's a good thing TLC are attacking first at the moment, because what would it have looked like on the other side of things? But SSG still have a chance to try and show us what they can do now that the convoy is moving. But the Ensong Inferno will be responded with one of their own. Can you actually connect? Yes, okay, Speedery deleted.
Nice, but that was two ultimates that SSG reserved just to deal with Speedery, and TLC have a plethora to work with here as Space Station will really need to rely on Shanji to pop off. Here comes a piece of the Abyss now, missing out on its mark here. Great way on trying to hold back Pauly, who's literally one shot, forced to pop the armor before backing away.
Yeah, backed away, and you have to, otherwise you're just going to be bombarded by TLC here. And TLC have so much to work with. Zanji going to at least try and do something on his own, and actually now the ultimate starts to come through for SSG. They pop a few of them to try and win this engagement, but TLC also have the responses of their own. Ensong Inferno comes out from Energy. Speedery does take down Nectar, and that's going to be massive for their chances.
Although they finally find Cooper, we're talking about him being a raid boss, the OBRB, and that's even better for SSG because it was really only Nero who could help us sustain. They regroup together, they shut down the opposition, only losing out on Speedery. Energy taking a good chunk of that damage, but it's fine because Cooper is back to also put down his next BRB, and Milk Boy just trying to get more of an extension to hold back TLC.
I do like Milk Boy on the Vanpool. Certainly is a great option for SSG, and Milk Boy in general is a fantastic vanguard. That being said, TLC are still being able to apply this pressure. Veswa's going to arrive shortly on the Devil Dino to try and take control of this cart once more. So a lot of responsibility once more is going to be on Nectar building up that Ensong Inferno. But it's going to be Renko who pops the It's Jeff first.
And with the CS still being out and no Ensong Inferno to at least delete it while it's still up right now, Nectar's got it right now, holding on to it. Renko needs some help though. The Chef is going to try to find some. Speedery now just taking reign. Both of the strategists off the table for Space Station. Now you have the Ensong Inferno for the reset here. And Vest is just able to take a chomp out of Necrise. TLC looking to get this checkpoint.
Yeah, Speedery's just having too much fun, really, on the Black Cat. And the ease of which they're finding the backline of SSG at the moment, again, you have to give credit for TLC and how they are pinning them down and approaching that collapse that we see over and over again. Polly being able to create the initial bit of space, Speedery then taking advantage of them being distracted. The wombo combo is insane.
I need assistance.
Makes you wonder if banning out the Daredevil was worth. Of course, you could get information on the Black Cat here, but Shanji having a little bit of a difficult time in getting set up. Now they're going to be holding the choke by the staircase, and Shanji's now getting into position, marking down these strategists. It does have some up, though, from Energy, who is also right there, and Speedery basically doing the same, forcing out the lamp so gets a lot more impact.
I just don't know if I also like giving Veswa the Devil Dino so freely as well, as Nectar's able to get a big double to keep them in this engagement at the moment, but SSG are at least able to hold somewhat, but it is a fight at the moment. Speedery hunting down Month and will delete Month off the map so easily and quickly, and actually now just takes the fight to Necrise. Does go down, but at the moment I just think the damage may have already been done here from TLC.
A Diamond form choke slam just felt a little personal, but that's what you have to do when the Black Cat is right in your face. And by the way, he took still so much damage right there. Very scary here, as they're still been able to build up a lot more space. Vez still now onto this group, just trying to create more of this walls here, as Necrise doesn't want to farm them, or rather, he does want to farm them, but now Vest doesn't want him to get that ability here and boosting up that damage. And Shanji also getting information.
I mean, the Guru was also just helping out the cause for Speedery as well, being able to isolate some of that back line as Zanji goes in onto the Black Cat, but you will see now the invisible boundaries just get set down to protect everyone, knowing that the Black Cat was going to come in. Ensong Inferno gets combined with it. TLC throwing all of the pieces of the puzzle towards SSG, and they do convert into one, make it two.
Oh my goodness, Renko getting farmed here too by Speedery, trying to fly up above. Nectar finds a pickup onto Energy, but needs some help. The backline cannot stay alive. Forces the portal play, but it's too late by a pixel. Unfortunately, they cannot contest right back onto the point, and TLC get this payload to the finish line.
There's just a bit of a gap between the two teams. I think that is evident. I think that's to be expected, and that is no disrespect to SSG. I think they knew what they would be coming up against here with Team Liquid Citadel. They are the best in the region, and Team Liquid Citadel are now going to give us an opportunity to really look at their defensive side and how impressively you can hold this first point. I mean, I'm sure that everyone's been on the receiving end of it in your ranked games when you try and take this first point and you just can't get in. And maybe we'll be able to see the penny in action on the other side here for TLC.
I mean, Speedery has 10 finals, right? Like, Shanji has 2, and that goes hand in hand with Poly survivability, who has been side questing, harassing that backline. You force out the utility. If you force out the lamps, that's a big cooldown then to enable Speedery to clean up the rest. There's only so much you can do to cycle through and keeping these strategists alive, but that's just something to consider. While Nectar has been holding it down here and trying to contest that of Energy, by the time Nectar picks off 1 or 2, looks behind them, and then nobody is there to help follow up. So now as we swap up sides here, Gaskin, this is up to SSG to turn things around. It's incredibly difficult as Vez is now over onto the Dino.
Onto the Dino, onto the Penny. You got Speedery still on the Black Cat as well, and now Energy over to the tried and tested Elsa. It just reminds me of preseason when we were seeing Energy dominating on the Elsa, so I'm quite excited for this one. You put the Glartrox alongside everything that they've already got. This is going to be a very difficult break for SSG. This is going to be a huge test for them.
Nero has been popping off as well on this White Fox, getting a lot more of these follow-ups too to help sustain Speedery. Polly, by the way, I'm so happy. Can we talk about the influx of penny play that we've been seeing a lot more often, especially when it comes to the defensive side of maps like this? Polly setting up these mines already, just trying to continuously harass that front line. Nectar is trying to do everything to get a choke slam and opening for SSG. Gets stunned, and Month and Renko, they get farmed by the hands of Energy and Speedery.
Energy is so good to watch on Elsa. It is such a beautiful thing to witness on your screens, as now they've forced SSG back all the way to spawn. Look at this aggression, and now once they get the reason that, okay, we need to be moving back, they do fall. That call happens, and everyone falls in line, as you should. And I think it is interesting, the influx of Penny. I mean, it makes sense with a map like this for sure. But typically, pro play, you find a way to take out those spider nests because they're usually in obvious positions. But in this map in particular, it's very difficult to even get a sight line on it, let alone get in to get behind enemy lines. TLC did it so quickly and so effectively, but SSG struggling a little bit. Finally, Milkboy is able to work with a couple of players here to try and get behind the enemy and delete, perhaps delete that spider nest.
This is like my nightmare rotation on dealing with something like this that TLC is throwing out to SSG. Ensong Inferno now activated. Gonna be slamming down to delete the nest and delete energy. Big pickoff as that Glartrox was in their pocket. No rockets, so no BRB to bring them back. Nero, though, answering back to find Milkboy, getting the charm and following up onto the Venom. Looking at Shenji, though, being on the Bucky, trying to get a cheeky off angle right now, too, and to delete these nests. We talked about it in our last series, too. How great it would have been to have seen the Bucky actually try to deal with this, and Shenji's just trying to create an opening, but Nero finds Necrise next.
It's just how well TLC are protecting the nest. You saw Speedery jump up and instantly get in the face of SSG as they were trying to delete the nest as well. The game plan is there, and it is working for TLC, and their communication is on point. As soon as a duelist gets in a position to try and take down that nest, they are being pressured, they are being punished, and SSG have got 1 minute and 40 seconds on the clock to try and break through here. Otherwise, we're finishing it at 3-0.
I was thinking about nightmare rotation. I'll be honest here, Gasking. I would never let Black Cat and Dino get by like this. This is so crazy. And look at the ult economy that they're working with. Renko and Mutt have been just really trying to stay alive. It's even harder for Invis with that AoE that you have to worry about. The kidnap into the Penny Mines. No, and then energy is just a nail in the coffin. You literally look like a chameleon looking in one angle and the other at the same time trying to help out Milkboy. So hard for Groot to make that opening. Now you have the Invisible Boundary to deal with that of the calling card now, trying to be met from Speedery Cooper to help enable this too from the other side. You get the stun though, to come in clutch, but right when you see it happen, they shut him down, but they still lost out on 2.
TLC just have so much answers. They were just waiting for SSG to do something. They had 4 or 5 ults available to them. Finally, Cooper and Polly have gone down. Maybe this is the opening SSG needed. There could potentially be a portal coming through from Speedery to keep this one contested on the point, and it looks like that is going to happen. But SSG, it took them so long to be able to break this one that TLC are in such a comfortable position still, and now they have one chance at fighting again.
They deleted that Glartrox. Now you have the Strangling Prison, the Wombo Combo, Armed and Dangerous, and Armed and... Not Armed, actually. Back to the spawn room gates. And Energy having a different plan, acting like the bouncer, taking him out of the club here as Nectar finds 2, but it's all for naught because TLC have rejoined on the point, less than 13 seconds on the clock.
You have to give respect for Nectar with the attempt at trying to keep this game alive. Insane damage that's coming out of them, but it's one last push, it's one last hurrah, and it is going to be the portal coming out from SSG now to try and take this point from TLC.
Desperate plays to make them happen now as Vez finds Renko. They're falling like flies, but huge damage coming in as Shinji makes a desperate swap over to the Wolverine to match out of energy. Vez still finding 1 by 1, 2 members off the table for Space Station. Month is coming back around, so close to that invisible boundary to keep this fight going.
Speedery did go down, but is going to have the chance to try and regain and get back on this point, but I don't even think it's going to matter because they are forced off of it, and it is a TLC masterclass once more as they continue to be undefeated here in this group in Americas.
Didn't even let them get an ounce beyond, like, what, 53% and climbing right there for that point, while TLC, they took it to the finish line, and they wrap up our final series of the day. You know, TLC still continue to prove why they are the best within the region, as we bring back Cozy to a rather quick series that we were seeing.
Yeah, it was the speed run we ended up getting. In fact, I'm just shocked we didn't get, like, a Black Widow at the end, the way it was looking, to be honest. I mean, this team... front to back. It turns out the best team in America, in fact, is the best team in America right now. I mean, what else can we say? It's David versus Goliath if David didn't have a slingshot. It was a tough matchup, but either way, SSG, good news for them is they can look towards what is going to be win and get in situation for them. And TLC just, you know, continuing to look the part.
Well, they lost. They lost.
in, week out. They
Dracula wishes to reclaim my city. You call yourselves New York's guardians. Now is the time to prove it.
The God of Thunder will purge this undead plague.
Take a moment and enjoy the peace.
The creatures of the night await.
It won't last for long. Fascinating. Now, who's the real monster? Vacation's Congratulations on surviving another round. Let's hope your luck continues to hold. A hero at their peak. I hate to admit it, but I'm impressed. but I'm impressed.
My power grows. Curse thee, vile creature!
But neither will you, it seems. Fascinating. Now, who's the real monster?
Curse thee, vile creature!
Congratulations on surviving another round. Let's hope your luck continues to hold. A hero at their peak. I hate to admit it, but I'm in. Time to see if you're the hero you say, or just another snack.
Damn, he was stuck in there. Where did he get stuck? This enrage stage is so stupid. I got 20,000 health healed. HP bar. And he can one-shot that. Wow.
Another less than noble sacrifice. These vigilantes never Another less than noble sacrifice. These vigilantes never surrender. Another less than noble sacrifice.
You can't even get close to him.
Another less than noble. These vigilantes never surrender. Another less than noble sacrifice.
They don't look friendly.
Vile creature!
Damn. Finally.
Vigilantes never surrender. Once again, the Vampire King is defeated, and the darkness has been banished. But is this really the end of the story?
I suppose, man. Thanks. Yeah, I think that's not right. That's not it. It took too long. Let me see. Hammer. Took too long. So what was the other one? Rice strike. Lightning strike. Damn. What, you want to play some vampire? I mean, I'm about to leave too, so I don't know. For each point, this is good. I want to try Surprising strike. Huh. S. Damn, I just realized I had this. Aegis. For each point, lightning, thunder, damage, first enemy hit. That'll be 2 of these things. Surprising. That's 310. What's the difference though? So one like 67, like 100. Critical damage, and this one has precision. Critical. Oh, I'm a platinum. $52. Let me try like this now. I want to get that OP thing that I just did the other, like, minutes ago. $269, $223. It's like 40%. Oh, 160. I don't know, man. Might not have it here.
Dracula wishes to reclaim my city. You call yourselves New York's god.
Unless this guy has the build.
Now is the time to prove it.
The god of thunder will purge this undead plague.
Oh yeah, I don't play much. I mean, I do play, but all my teammates, they just draw. So I just play this most of the time. And they refuse to change. And I don't want to be a Vanguard, because that's what they did. They want you to play Vanguard. Because nobody wants to do it, and I'm like, nah. I'm done playing Vanguard this season. I want to play a duelist. I just been farming. I'm just trying to get one of those SSSSS. This is an armor, but I don't think you can get one of those. Max I got is like 4S and 1A. And plus, they gotta introduce more vanguards, man. They only got like 10. So I'm just bored playing the same vanguards over and over again. Once they put blue marble in the game, then I will play no day.
Take a moment and enjoy the peace. It won't last for long.
Oh, I have a build that's good for bosses. That's what I'm trying to see, which, if it's this or it's the other one that I did.
Vacation's over.
Because there's one that relies on the Thor 4 coins that I just did it. So I'm trying to see this one that does not do the same damage or more. Because with the other, I deleted the Kingpin. Dracula's the only one that's always annoying as hell to fight. Yeah, but with this one, I'm unmovable, unkillable. Yeah, but then when you get to the boss, he only hits one thunder comes out of his, one hits him, but then the boss can get close to you. I like this one because I can survive most of it. This guy is actually too. The boss doesn't even move me. Unless it's Dracula though. And his stupid swords. I think this guy got the Thor build. But once we get to the boss rush, they're not gonna be able to do much. Unless I distract them. So I can just do this all day to the boss and then they can just shoot it. What the hell? I just had a match earlier today. My ping was a 900 ping. 900. I was teleporting. I was so mad. I almost lost too. Good thing my teammates were actually good. This guy got the
Let's hope your luck continues to hold.
Yeah, see, everybody hates Dracula. I think it's the other one then. I'm not dying quick enough. Can't move, we fool. Look at this. swing, full swing. Oh, he's still alive. Oh, it's Kingpin and Crab Wolf. Oh, gotta take out. I think we should take out Boss.
I know you wouldn't give up easily, but now it's time to see if you're truly worth.
My power grows.
Impressive, but I will find a way to fire. Secret strike. If I can break your bones, I'll bend your wheel instead. Fire! Impressive! But I will find a way to break. Another less than noble sacrifice. Impressive! But I will find a way to break. Impressive! But I will find a way to break. Secret strike! I am the law! Another less than noble sacrifice.
Damn.
These vigilantes never surrender. I will crush you! Unlimited power!
There we go. See, just need 3 of those alive. There we go. Now this guy's a piece of cake. Well, not so much, but damn, 30 seconds. Damn, he's enraged now. Not today, fool. You can catch me.
Enemy is here.
still took too long. I think the other one's better. Try it again, see if it's actually my hypothesis is correct. I think is this done for each point? Yeah. This is the one for each point. Ahí so Thunder. Thunder Torrent. It's actually Thunder. 220, 23, 69. Critical damage, precision. Oh, let's try to replicate that, see if I was right. My hypothesis will be proven.
Dracula wishes to reclaim my city. You call yourselves New York's guardians. Now is the time to prove it.
The God of Thunder will purge this undead plague.
Stay alert.
Lead
This
these
fight
fearsome
isn't over
foes to
yet.
mighty Mjolnir.
Fascinating. Now who's the real monster? Vacation is over. Back to work. We've still got some heroes. Ancestral sword! Strike! Congratulations on surviving another round. Let's hope your luck continues to
Damn, guess I get that one.
such remarkable power. I hope you put it to good use for once.
Curse thee, vile creature!
Ancestral sword! Strike!
My power grows!
A hero at their peak. I hate to admit it, but
Damn, this game.
You are nothing compared to me. You have some fight in you after all. Crimson Tempest. Enough! My blood crimson Tempest. Deliver your doom.
Jeez, really?
Self-righteous vigilantes. I'll have to handle this myself.
Oh my gosh, it's 740. Well, all right, guys, that's gonna be it for me from this side. We'll watch the games. They'll be on tomorrow too, so we're watching tomorrow. Watch party, and I'll see you in the next one. Thanks for